Are we coming in clear? There we go. Hey, everybody. Starting a little early today. How is everyone doing? Rest making breakfast. So yeah. Today is Thursday. Happy Thursday. Already been working on this guy this morning. Hey, how's it going? Did anybody ever play the game that this music is from? Yes, I'm asking you to date yourself.
Gay.
No, I mean like how old you are, not. Seems like that'll be a new thing sweeping over the internet in about 5 or 6 years. I'm into self-dating. I've been going strong for 7 years now. I have a couple arguments, but I figured them out. I have been self-dating since 1997. I make a good couple, family. Wait, what would it? If it wouldn't be a couple, I am a married single. A singular. I don't know. What's up, YouTube? I'm taking the self-dating challenge.
We're just normal men.
Oh. I drank a Four Loko once. Not my thing. I don't know, it's like people being like, oh man, Monster rots your guts out. It's like, how can we make it a little bit worse than drinking Monster? Let's add some booze to it. It's like Speedball in a can. I did drink Sparks once upon a time. I had like 2 or 3 of those, and it made me want to tear stuff down. No, drinking anything that's 10% or lower is not how you get drunk fast. You want to get drunk fast, go buy a 5th of Jack Daniels and drink that instead. You drink like 4 ounces of that instead of like 60 ounces of your BFC. No caffeine in this, 13.9. That's a little bit better. But, wait, Monster makes those now? Monster Beast? Wow! Click here, guys, for the new Beast drink! No relation, I guess. Beast Unleashed range of alcoholic flavor. And of course, it's going to taste like dog shit. Oh, they've got the 0 calorie. Well, you can't. I don't think you can have a 0 calorie alcoholic beverage. And it's with malt alcohol, so it's going to taste like double garbage. It's going to still taste like garbage even after you stop drinking it. The only thing that outlasts the buzz is the weird saccharine artificial aftertaste. Get one now. No, I'm good on that. My favorite alcoholic drink, probably Jack Daniels. Or a Manhattan. Or now, cocktail. My favorite cocktail is a Manhattan. My favorite alcoholic spirit by itself. Yeah, I'm a whiskey guy. If I go to if I was sent to the alcohol store and I could only buy 1 bottle of one thing for my night, it would just be a bottle of Jack Daniels or Gentleman Jack if I'm feeling fancy. No, when I was younger, it was just, whatever we got our hands on. Smirnoff Ice was our cheer beer go-to when there was a party and people don't like liquor at parties. It's over too fast, I guess. People like to sip and build up a little buzz. It's understandable, but it's still not my thing. I can pace myself on whiskey all on my own with no one's help in a social environment. I hear they banned Four Loko, but I think it came back after they, after they studied real hard and got their FDA approval this time around. I don't remember the details. Have I tried tequila or absinthe? Yes. I had Finlandia vodka at a room party once. I think I've tried every liquor that there is to try, except weird ones that people don't bring to parties, I guess. I don't know. I've had toilet wine. I've had bathtub vodka. Yeah, and they're allowed to sell things that aren't the real absinthe and still call it absinthe. If there's no alcohol in a whiskey sour, then what do you call it? A sour? My friend, you call that lemonade. I hear they had powdered alcohol there for a little while, but it started turning people into face-eating zombies. So they had to take it off the market. Yeah, you'll get a little swan song from whatever alcohol you get sick off of. Happens to everybody with tequila. You'll get super, super drunk on tequila and puke it out your nose, out your mouth, until your tear ducts bubble. And then a day or two later, when you finally recover, you're like, I'm never smelling tequila again. I'm never doing anything with it. That goes away after a while, but not for months. Because Greg was like that. And I turned him around. Yeah, my first temporary alcohol swan song was with Everclear. Most definitely. And the Everclear you get in Florida. Or this was 2003. This was literally 20 years ago. So, I don't know. They had like a, I want to say it was a 180. 190? Was it 190? 90? 95%? It was flammable, whatever it was. Anytime that I would go to a con and people had a bottle of Everclear, I would always take a little sip out of the top and blow a fireball with it. I guess it was Everclear 190. Yeah, I remember Bacardi 151, flaming Dr. Peppers. One moment. Turbo hit. Excuse me, kiddo. I'll be right back.
Oh, you got words.
My man.
Why do they call it the brown bomber? 'Cause you get so stoned you shit your pants.
Damn it.
Jesus is in control, dude.
Damn it.
Somebody say something about Scooby Snacks?
There was a meteor that just cut through Perseus straight into Draco's tail.
Did I hear somebody say Scooby Snacks?
What are you talking about?
Me? I don't know. I've been asked to do a lot of weird ones, and I just tell people I can't. I want my character swelling up like a big balloon. I'm being embarrassed. How embarrassing. There's clubs for that. The Harley Quinn cartoon is just basically DC's answer to the Venture Brothers. I thought a lot of it was fucking hilarious. There's one or two episodes that just went fucking weird and made no sense to me, almost to an uncomfortable level. But a lot of them were genuinely funny, I thought. I miss shows that are that indiscriminately edgy.
There we go. Morning. Get your stream pulled up here. How's it going?
Pretty good. Just staying busy.
He got his tail going.
Вам привет! Как дела? My wrestling knowledge stops in the mid-90s. I was like a late 80s, early 90s wrestling kid when it was like WWF and WCW. Like, I can't tell you a single thing after WWF turned into WWE.
My brother and I had like Stone Cold action figures and what was it, like Sting?
Yeah, Sting and Lex Luthor. Or Luger. Lex Luger was my favorite. The total package, Lex Luger. I think he and
Oh, and
Sting
the
were.
Undertaker.
Yeah. Papa Shango and Kamala. Those dudes never lost. They do like some special spell to melt their opponent's brain and they'd be taken out in a body bag. I love that shit. What's on your docket for today?
Finishing up the wolf animation.
Отава, все в
Deep throat my
порядке у
breakfast.
меня. Nah, all the good vampire books were written in the 80s. Maybe some in the 90s. Early 90s.
What would you say that what a good vampire book was, or is?
I don't know. I didn't read any. Anne Rice, the vampire Lestat.
Hmm.
I know it's limited choices, but not, not Twilight. Not hating
Which
on
is getting a
Twilight
remake.
fans, but wait, Twilight's already getting a redo.
Mm-hmm.
But it's
I know. I mean, you know how it is.
it's been like 10 years.
I know.
It
What can you do other than not watch it?
I've done pretty good on that so far.
Mm-hmm.
Excellent!
Sparman, thanks for gifting 2 subs. Hi Pigeon and
Excellent!
James Funna. Oh, hi Pigeon, James Falney. Sorry, it's still early. He didn't do the voice. Where's the magic? You can't say girl crazy?
Sorry, everybody. I'm a little girl crazy.
Let me look through the mod history. I had to allow something totally mundane
Yeah.
the other day. Yeah, Ride You. Which
Like RIDEYOU.
yeah.
Well, I'm sure that gets said in very sexual context in certain streams, depending
I
on
remember
who's
it being-
streaming.
Well, yeah, but no one was saying it didn't come from anything sexual
Yeah,
at
the,
all.
the
when I
bot
had it
doesn't know
permitted.
that though.
I know. You had to allow fart fetish.
Aww.
What's Lolzifa?
Wolzifa, that's the streamer, the cute wolf streamer that does Blender stuff.
Oh, that was someone who raided. I thought it was a permitted term. Listen, it is early.
Wait, did it have to permit that too?
No. Because I'm looking through the mod actions and I'm seeing words that were allowed, and I didn't realize it also shows who raided in the list as well. Pounded in the butt. Camel toe.
Sorry I'm late. I gave myself a camel toe and not the Dorothy Hamill kind.
Threesome.
I was on it.
Threesome is sex with 3 people. Foursome is sex with 4 people. So that explains why your mom called you handsome all the time.
Wow. remember when I was a kid, I was pretty young. I was maybe like 6 or 7, and my mom would bring home these like Bible thick like activity books in that really like cheap paper, and that was like full of like math problems and things to color and English things, just like a whole thing. And I remember specifically there was like it was like a bunch of like addition problems, and at the top it said 3 sums, SUMS.
3 sums. Yeah, 7th grade me would have been in trouble. God, yeah, like 6th, yeah, it was 7th grade. Yeah, 7th grade me got in really bad trouble. I told you about the disk issue in my computer class.
The disk issue? You may have.
Old Mrs. Wilson was doing the computer typing class on Tandies, and we had floppy disks. There were no hard disks in the computers, and we had to write our name on a floppy disk and take it home, and not to take anyone else's disks home. You're not allowed to share them with other people. So imagine saying, and having the speech thing, instead of discs, she said dicks.
Oh, I remember this now.
Yeah. She's like, everyone is gonna bring their floppy dicks into class. You're gonna write your name on your floppy dicks and take it home. The computer does not have a hard disc. You put your floppy dicks in your folder, write your name on it, don't take anybody else's dicks home. Like, yeah, and it was the weirdest thing because everybody else in my class, no one was laughing at all. And I was cackling. It is, I still to this day believe it is the hardest I've ever laughed because I surrendered full control over my body and mind, laying in the floor, like crying, laughing. It was the hardest. It was almost on purpose. It felt like that she was saying it. Like
she could have taught sex ed.
She seriously, like, just it literally sounded like she was talking about floppy dicks and hard dicks. And no one else was putting it together for some reason. I don't want anybody bringing any viruses in on their dicks. This is why none of the computers have hard dicks. If you're just joining us, I was in 7th grade computer typing class, and our teacher had a funny way of saying discs. And she was talking about like taking your floppy dicks home and writing your name on your floppy dicks, and don't give your dicks to anyone else. And how the computers don't have hard dicks. And I was the only one in the class who was picking up on it, and I collapsed into laughter, and I had to go to the office for the rest of the period. I didn't get ISS. I just had to stay at the office until the next class, and then they told me to go on. But that is the hardest I have ever laughed in my entire life, like screaming, "Oh God." Just like, oh God, like in the floor. And you had to have been there. Apparently, maybe even that wouldn't have been enough because there were like 14 other 7th graders there that didn't find it funny at all. If that was recorded, that it would be a video on YouTube with millions and millions of international views. There's no doubt. She just sent me to the office because I couldn't stop laughing and I was disrupting her class. Like, she didn't say like, "Oh, you're perverse." Like, I don't think she put it together that I was laughing at her unfortunate. Well, it wasn't a speech impediment. It was just a mispronunciation of a word. it was on the experience wheel, so we were only
Why
in
he's
that
mad?
class for like a couple weeks. But holy shit. I learned to suppress myself. But holy fuck, that day I just couldn't do it. It was too much at once.
I do. I occasionally stream Clip Studio from my iPad, but I stream it to my PC, which then I stream through OBS. Oh, that's right, Orbity. You sent me a question about Reflector 3. Let me get back to you on that. I'm so sorry.
I mean, if you want to pop something up, I'll put you on here.
Yeah, I was going to open up Blender here in a little bit. I kind of want to fix all my OB... Well,
But why are my sounds on the fucking left again? Did this not save?
let me get a wet towel.
Yeah, the zipper's on the left. How does that happen? Dick flop should be on effect 8 and not 6. There we go. It's going in.
My man.
No, it's literally dick flop dot wave. Put that away.
Oh god, this is the worst day of my life. Oh, it got worse.
God, Boogs' fucking fart interrupter thing last night.
God, that had me fucking
dying.
turned, dude.
Oh my god. I've spent a portion of my morning looking at the clips people made for my stream last night, and I've been having a good giggle.
Oh, jeez. Let me see if I can mix these noises together. Oh god. The turbo shits. Someone with painful diarrhea.
No. Oh no. Why did I think you could use that for diarrhea?
Oh god, this is the worst day of my life.
It's like a combo 4 different buttons. That's what it works.
It's like what you hear when
Give
you go to a
yourself
rest stop
chest
on the
camel
side of the
toe by
road.
lifting screws and nuts right under your chin. Well, look at how big my vagine looks. It's a huge vagine.
So you're almost done with that one? Are you almost ready for another one? Because I'm almost done with the wolf frames. I don't know how much you've got left to draw.
Well, I said I'm close to about halfway with Wolf.
Mm.
I got a good amount done considering how wild the stream was last night.
Are you feeling that that's one block of work, or are you feeling it's more close to 2?
Definitely. Yeah, it's definitely a good 1 block.
Oh, okay.
Well, because I'm not doing a whole ass body, and he's not like rotating
Okay.
and.
Well, and it's hard to log hours that you've worked on something when you're just kind of on a stream doing it at your own pace, but as long, like, I just want to get a good idea of what's considered $100 worth of effort, or 200 or 300
so far
or whatever.
It's been, yeah,
No, I mean,
so far it's been pretty balanced.
Do you think the whole thing is going to be 1 block worth?
Yeah,
Okay.
I have a good feeling I'll get this finished today, for sure.
Just waiting for Greg to get set up and get ready to do it too. Give him some practice stuff first, because he hasn't really.
Give him the character sheet
Yeah.
that Bubba and I did.
But he's never really drawn anything in grease pencil either. So I want to sit with him and give him the personal crash course. See how he does. I mean, I know he'll do fine. He draws all day, every day. It's just learning the geometrical structure of grease pencil lines is kind of weird. The puppy is upstairs demanding play. He'll take like a big hard toy and just like let it drop on the wood floor to make a noise. Be like, "It's you, play with me."
Oh yeah, Disco. Our cat Sophie. I think my sister got her when she turned like 4 or 5. Yeah, she lived to be about like 22 or 23. She slowed down a little bit, but she was still really nimble.
If they're photos, it would just go and post links here. If it's something you drew, then it would go in your art here.
My man.
Yeah, honestly, I'm fine with it being gray. I like being able to color my collection boxes up here, and sometimes the layers down here, as far as the full interface. I want window blinds to be a thing again. But I don't know.
Oh, all my OBS stuff seems to be back to normal.
What happened? Sorry, I didn't catch that. What's back to normal?
All my OBS stuff.
Now, you may have made duplicates.
I did. I had to go back and
Did you delete them?
fix everything.
So I probably
Yeah.
saved it from last night. No, Clyde showed me the other day you can go in and change the colors of your layers over here. Well, first you have to go into preferences. Turn on channel group colors right here. And then you can go down here and do this. It's a neat little feature.
Good morning.
Hello.
I'm just gonna have to get one of those desk mats already.
I'm sure that there's a comic book Magic the Gathering kind of store near you.
Yeah, there is. This Wacom tablet I have is so old that the rubber feet are just like long gone. So I have to put it on my iPad
I got
stand.
Velcro on mine. I mean, you've seen my palette.
Your thing is in about 2 hours, isn't it?
What thing?
The Lackadaisy thing?
That's
Or
tomorrow.
That's
Friday.
why did I knew it was Friday, but I thought you said. Maybe I'm having another boomer moment. Yeah.
Yes, I still have to add a text object to this OBS theme. How about that?
Oh, no, not yet, Orbity, but it's been on my mind ever since you showed that to me. I don't know how much of that entire clip that I want to have, because I don't know if I want to have Dynamite at the end say that, hey guys, or just like have like another character show up as Dynamite Jones. Eric Laser, that would be me. Too much dynamite or Rex.
This is the most annoying guy I've ever seen.
You're fucking annoying.
Why he's mad?
Oh, it got worse.
Oh. You mean
Oh.
this?
Ow! Need to set up VC face for your rig so people can throw kickballs at you.
And candy. That is the idea.
Candy being the main thing, of course. Cupcakes and candy. Maybe a facial with an icing snoot.
Oh my god.
You know, the canvas bag that you put the metal. I mean, you know.
Oh yeah.
That one stock like nasty noise. The one from that one video. The
Maybe like a ketchup bottle, but like it's like near the end of its life, so it's like, you know, it's fart gooping all over me.
I'm trying to find that sound effect.
The fart goop or the...
It's from a... Hold on a minute. You fucking people. Sounds like some of the Fox. Like, you fucking guys. Guys. You friggin' guys. Now Falco has the very slightest lisp because he has a beak. Ah, you friggin' guys. Maybe not even that much, but that's the friggin' guy though.
Maybe he gets a little more pronounced after he breaks his beak in the car accident.
I really would like to do a later season of everybody. I've had that shit written out for over 10 years now. Some of the ideas I might fold into the violence, but like the canon stuff for that. The only way I'll be able to do it is if, you know, demand and legality are at the right balance, I guess. What is that sound effect? Not that. Sorry about that.
Like
I know that was a little loud. It's this. Yeah, that's the one. What in the fuck? What is that from?
That's from that Star Fox thing that someone made.
Yeah, no, I mean like the original. I mean, unless that's a combination, but that sounds like that's from. Like that was made for something else. I could be wrong.
Sounds like a Yoshi prolapse.
It could be a puke sound. Either way, it's very, very disturbing.
I bet you could just look up stock noises from Rocco's Modern Life, because I'm sure I've heard that noise in almost every episode.
Well, no, that's a custom one, because that has Super Mario World sounds mixed in with it.
Oh yeah, that one in particular, but the blah.
You know, that whatever splat. That's been in like every cartoon since the 80s.
Yeah.
But adding the Yoshi sound just makes it even more disturbing.
Like Yoshi passing an egg with no shell.
Well,
what it sounds like.
God, such a gross sound.
Wait, today is 420.
You know? But for you, it was just Thursday. For me, it was the most intoxicated off Panama Red I'd ever been in my entire life. I'm so happy that February 22nd on 2022 was actually a Tuesday. I remember that. 2/22/22 was indeed a Tuesday. I remember I think I was on stream when I realized, and I looked, I was like, no, what? I wanted to so bad. Like, when I thought about it, I wanted to go back in time and get my cartoon done faster and put episode 2 out on that day. It would have been the most Tuesday thing ever. Episode 2 coming out on Tuesday, 2/22/22. Hut hut.
I mean, it's not going to matter too much, but I noticed a couple frames where you didn't put the center line on Wolf's nose. Do you want me to put those in for you, or do you just want me to leave them out?
Oh, the little line thing?
Yeah.
You can if you want. But I don't know if anyone's gonna. Yeah. I mean, I like to get into the habit of it. Can I see what you've got done so far?
I've been streaming.
No, I just mean like just the whole. Can you unfade it?
Yeah, that's what I was gonna do.
You don't have that set to Control F? You should.
I probably do. I do.
I use that like 100 times a day. Looking great, dude. You could tell me that I did those frames and I'd probably believe it.
Not to toot my own horn, but
That was really good.
I agree.
But it's Wolf O'Donnell. You've had practice.
Wait a minute. Boogs, can you send me, if you're even still here, can you send me that ba-da-dum, ba-da-da? I want to be able to drop that when I'm like, not to toot my own horn, but ba-da-dum, ba-da-da.
Get a Vuvuzela sound effect. That was a meme during 1 year for like 2 months.
Oh, well, she's probably at work, so she can't provide that, I'm sure. That's all right. I'm gonna do all the heads first and then just work my way down.
That's fine. I pick one thing and do that until they're done most of the time. Yep. If it's like a very, very like lone keyframe like out here in the middle, I like to have everything done. just have an idea what I'm working with, but when I go in between there, I just go do the body, then the head, then the eyes, then the arms,
Yeah.
then the hands. Or the arms, hands, and tails in this case.
Excellent!
Ottawa, the coolest. Очень круто. Большое спасибо вам за поддержку. I gotta learn how to draw noses like you do. They turn out really good.
Your noses are awesome. If anything, I need to learn from your snoots.
Well, I'm getting better at them. I only recently, like in the train scene, and when y'all visited in August, I think, was when I started adding the nose holes. Всегда, пожалуйста.
You draw good snoots. No, you draw good snoots.
I was about to tell you to do just that.
Mm-hmm.
His nose doesn't look like it's smeared back, and that looks good. The cleft line on the mouth is his mouth is a little too far down. The little line between the mouth and the bottom of the nose, the little cleft line. Notice in the other two, it's a bit shorter. Don't worry, I'm not gonna sit here and backseat you. I'm just. It'd be a reminder for anybody else that ends up animating on my future cartoons. If you're over 90% good on all the stuff, like I look at it and I'm like, okay, this is at least 90% what I wanted. It's 90% perfect. I will sit with you and point out little things that you're doing wrong or that are not like on proportion or something that you keep messing up. But if you're at least giving me 90% and I just have to like tweak some stuff later, that's good enough. The only reason that I'm going to be sitting with you and giving you criticisms like that is to just help you like learn how to draw the characters better. And it could also be just things you're doing wrong in Blender itself, or slower than you could be doing with keyboard shortcuts. I'm never ever gonna sit there with any of my animators and pick at them and be mean. I want everybody to get paid good and to learn good and feel good and smell good and look good. Hello, from night to night you find me. Papa's got a brand new bag. It's a man's world. Sex machine. Get up off of that thing. Yeah. I tell him feel good. I'm concerned because there's nothing wrong.
This man helps pay my bills.
You don't remember that video of James Brown on the news where he's just...
Oh, yes, dude. Holy shit.
He's like, I'll tell him I feel good. Papa's got a brand new bag. It's a man's world. Sex machine. Get up off of that thing. Yeah. I was telling the thing I was going to tell her I'm concerned because there's nothing wrong. Yeah. I'll have what he's having, please.
All he needed was a Coke mustache.
I'm in love with the Coke. Sounds like something that Andros would say.
You lot can be so random at times. You know that.
Well, he's the one that started it. I was just trying to sit here enjoying my squirrely temple.
Jesus Christ.
Like Wolf leaning over to Andros. You hear this? You hear this shit that I gotta put up with now? You're gonna bring him on board?
I never said I was on board.
You see what I mean? You gotta come work for me.
Oh, please.
Like the one time that the fox gets mad. As it is.
I really hope you're getting your money's worth.
What's that supposed to mean?
Oh, I think you can figure it out.
You sound like you're looking for another black eye, little man.
Only if you're looking for another eye patch, you big jerk.
Boys, do you know who the hell you're talking to?
Very, very well.
Yeah, and who's that?
A son of a bitch.
Boys, please. You know your dad probably knew when to shut his mouth. Don't you talk about my dad. Oh, did I piss you off? Why don't you come over here and dazzle me with your, jabbing the broken beer bottle toward Fox. Dazzle me with your infinite brilliance. Sit down.
What does that even mean? Oh, I think you can figure it out.
Sit. And then they slide in there. It's like,
what does that even mean? Oh, I think you can figure it out.
Yeah, that's definitely going to be in episode 3.
Do you know who you're talking to? Very, very well. Yeah, and who's that?
like the little dog in Puss in Boots.
Yeah, exactly.
You're a no good.
That was the wrong 2 buttons. Oh, he just breaks out in this like hammer style dance.
Like you're a tiny that couldn't if it's on sideways.
Wolf looks over at Andros. Andros puts his hands up like, whoa, I'm not touching this.
O'Donnell, he does have a point.
See, the whole fucking world's against it. He like slides the chair out. Goes and sits at the bar by himself. And that's when he meets Crystal.
Frame's a little tricky, but I think I got it.
What is?
It's the frame of his head.
Now, some of those, you're going to want to follow the model more than like exactly in between. Because if there's foreshortening and stuff that happens in an in-between frame, it might be closer to the model.
That's true.
But like I said, that's more like when you're doing the main frames. Usually the in-between ones, it's at a point where you don't have to worry about it. But I would put the 3D model on. Just set it. It should be on. Just set it going to solid, and hiding your overlay completely. Shift Alt Z or whatever, and just looking at it over top. I mean, turning your overlay off. I would go through all of the, yeah, like that.
Not too far off, but
I mean, try it on all of the frames and see how it lines up, like mine compared to yours. Like they all look like they're pretty much right on the money, and then his head's good. Yeah, see his head's like down turning there a little bit. It's not just literally a linear change from frame 1 to frame 3, or whatever the frames on either side of them are. So for that one, I would scooch the eye, like hit Alt 3, and just move the whole eye over where it should be, and the muzzle too. Because that's a sudden movement that you're in betweening there, so the frame might look like the faster the movements that you're in between, the more extreme the changes are going to be. It's going to be more challenging. But just occasionally try and do that, and you'll see where like the cheek fluff and the eyes and everything should be. You don't have to stiffly follow the ears. If he's moving really fast, try to make the ears lag behind. Like after you draw, like go ahead and animate them stiff, but then when you go back, just like go into edit mode and grab the corners of the ears and like proportional move them over a little bit so they kind of sway.
It's also just seeing how fast he's actually moving and going based off that.
Yeah. Like I said, anything that you don't do or whatever, like the little tiny touches, I can do that later. It doesn't matter. Like, you're still saving me hours and hours of work. I still can't get used to it. Like, going to bed knowing that while I'm asleep, other people are working on my cartoon. It's a cool feeling.
Well, for not going based off the model, that wasn't too bad.
No, not
the
at all.
The whole time I was kind of going based off of the in-betweens. Or the keyframes, I mean.
Yeah, the only people you've seen so far in Leon's family are his brothers Stanislav and Pyotr. His older brother is Pyotr here, and the older one still is Stanislav. Leon is about 19. This guy's like 20s, this guy's 30 something. Yeah, about 30. He's about 10 years older than his brother. He's in his mid-20s. Leon's the youngest. Oh man, I did already have these colored differently, huh? I'm all right with that. Yeah, Leon is kind of skinny at this point. I'm actually thinking of Leon's dad having a translator. Like he doesn't speak English at all, and like one of the brothers translates for him. And the brother's like, I will not be working with you directly anymore. You will only be working with my youngest son, Leon, come here, or whatever. He's like, Leon, иди сюда. And Leon walks in and walks up to Wolf. Wolf's like, oh, hi, здравствуйте, меня зовут Wolf. And Leon's just staring at him, uninterested. He's just like, I am Leon. And he turns and walks out of the room. Yeah, I didn't get to put any kind of Slavic culture in episode 2. Because it was already set when I started learning Russian and whatnot. So this one's going to start right out. I think this will be the shot that it does the and the character, and then good luck. The mission screen. You know, and then the cartoon will start. Well, I mean, there's already a Vegas project with that in it. I just put the picture in and replace it. But yeah, I mean, I could put it together on a stream. God, all the frames.
That's not bad.
No, that looks a lot better. Just needs the ear line.
Yep.
I'm sorry, I wasn't saying, oh, you forgot the ear line, even though you're not
No,
done
I was
with it
moving
yet.
on. No, I'll leave that for you to do.
Deducts $1 from Rex's payment. That's fine. You can. That's okay. Go on, do it again. It's like, God, can you imagine us doing this when we're in our 60s? Just so embittered. It's like, no one's gonna notice the laugh lines on that frame. Well, you gotta put them in. I'll notice. That's what, man. Oh, get out of here, you. You call me a slur, and the fucking robots bust in through the roof and execute you.
Some 22nd century slur.
It's like,
Big oof. That is bad speak. Present yourself.
Yeah. Whoa. Did Greg show you the Owl's Nest A-frame?
yeah, we've already been talking about it.
But
So yeah, at about let me look and confirm the time. Two p.m. Central, 4 p.m. Atlantic time. Friday, the 21st. So yeah, 45 minutes from now, but tomorrow, I'll be on the Lackadaisy Shop Talk podcast.
That's going to stream live on YouTube, yeah?
Yeah, 24, like exactly 24 hours and 43 minutes from now. So at exactly this time tomorrow, there'll be less than an hour to go with like the countdown thing, I guess.
To get me some more water, I'll be right back.
Oh boy, getting a flood in Fredericton soon. Or they're expecting it at least. I gotta run upstairs for a minute. I'll be right back.
This angry ape. Thank you for the follow. Sorry, I had OBS and I got the alert. Oh, Fred's not even here. I didn't even look at his stream. Absolutely, Orbity. You can hit me up anytime about anything.
Like Dash? Dash's mother is going to be in episode 3. There's the link. I'm going to post it. Announcements.
The hell was that?
It went with the scat stroke on the stream.
Oh.
My man.
No, not my man.
Sounds like a bunch of oily marbles.
I gotta set up an alternate configuration of my soundboard where none of these can accidentally go off.
That shouldn't be hard. Oh, yeah. You don't want to be throwing farts in the middle of that podcast.
Just go and just sabotage the whole thing. Just like, oh, I love lackadaisy. Excuse, I mean, your cartoon. No, I would not do that. Well, this is the thing. I only have enough money to pay 2 or 3 people right now. If my project gets bigger, like by the time the violence comes around, I will be able to hire a lot more people. I'm indiscriminate. Everyone's going to be working remotely in their own house or wherever they're working from, so I don't have to worry about people in the workplace or anything like that. If you can get in Blender and do a good enough job and get the work done in a couple days and send it back to me, you make $100 for every block of work that I'm going to send you. In advance, you get the money first. But if you want another block of work, you have to finish the first block of work. You can't just take on like 5 blocks of work, get $500, and then just disappear. But right now, I can only really afford to pay 2 or 3 people a little bit. And that's just like a couple days a week. But if you can do what I'm doing and what Rex is doing down there, yeah. Don't come at me asking like, oh, well, can I just do them in Photoshop and send you the PNGs of my frames and you convert them to... You've already lost me.
Bye-bye.
I need the bye-bye from Kung Pao. Oh, so cute. Bye-bye. The audio filtering definitely helps bring different microphones together in the middle. I have to do a lot of editing on some microphones, but once the filters are put in, you can't really tell too much. The only thing that, like, I can deal with cheap microphones. The only thing I can't really deal with that good is when you have a lot of background noise. Because these voice samples get lifted up into, or limited up, like low ceiling, high gain. So it sounds like a radio announcer. I can, if I have to, I can run some AI filters to remove some noise and whatnot. Blue Snowball is perfectly fine. Most of my voice actors for 1 and 2, if they didn't have a microphone, I would buy them a microphone. They're usually like $100. I bought like 6 of my voice actors a microphone. They're like, I don't really voice act. I don't know. I was like, can you get this microphone? And they're like, yeah, they have it at the store. I'm like, okay, here, I'm PayPaling you the money. Go to the store and get that microphone. And then we record the stuff and it gets out. If it's somebody that already has a microphone, if they want money, I give it to them. If they don't, I don't. But even if I just want somebody to do 1 or 2 lines, if they don't have a microphone, I will buy you one. And yeah, it would be a blue Yeti or blue Snowball or whatever. The Snowball was my first good microphone.
Hey, they didn't have any microphones, so we just got some snacks instead. Can we sit next to you?
Can you give me a hand massage? Most of them are just trailers. Fantasy, horse movies.
Romance.
Jesus.
Had an idea for your Blender script. And you may already have this, but
no, tell me.
If
sure.
you wanted to unlock a specific layer, in the off chance that you accidentally draw something on the wrong layer and you have to move it around, or if you just have to unlock one, I think there should be a shortcut for that as well. But I'm not sure what that could be.
L. I don't really use it. Do I use L for anything? Even in edit mode is... Oh yeah, in edit mode, yeah, L is select everything linked.
Yeah.
And Shift L. Wait, what? Alternated? Shift L selects every other thing? That's weird. Huh. Never known about that. Del, yeah, I could send you one. I got your message earlier. I'm sorry I never got around to that. Hold on a second. Is it even on this list? There we go. think I rigged this one? I don't know. I made this rig like 4 years ago. I don't do any rigging really. I get Slava to do that for me.
You know how on Twitch you can check out your discovery analytics and see how people found your stream outside of Twitch?
You have an analytics section on your stream dashboard.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about.
What about it?
1% of my viewers came from ecosia.com, and it's like a tree planting website.
They probably have a user forum.
I get that. I suppose.
Yeah, there's a user forum like tree planters, and then it's just like general discussion. Someone's like, I saw this cool cartoon.
So, I mean, that makes sense. That's just so unusual. Yeah, people have mostly found me through direct from Twitch, Twitter, Google searches, Discord, Ecosia, and YouTube.
It's neat to look at.
It is.
Фред, как тебе пришла идея русских ящеров? И почему? Why to you came the idea of Russian lizards? И почему именно ящеров? And why exactly lizards? Can you answer in English? You can answer in English if... Можешь ответить на английском, если сложно. Я попытаюсь на русском языке. Персонаж Леон от игры Nintendo Star Fox. Леон, фамилия Леона это Поволсky. В игре Canon Nintendo. Леон, фамилия Леона это Поволсky. И я знаю, что это точно. Я думаю, что фамилия Полский. Но Славик. Но я хотел, чтобы Леон польский или русский. Потому что у него фамилия Поволсky. Да, польская. Простите за грамматику. Oh, thank you, Graham. I appreciate it. And I've got help this day. This time, he's bringing some friends along for the ride. Whip crack for some reason. I'm sorry. Но да, Отава. Даже мне было только 20 лет и 22 лет, 22 года и так далее. Я всегда хотел, чтобы Леон из стороны Славик не должен только русский или польский, потому что нет русского и польского в Lilat System. в игре Star Fox. Не Америка, не Европа. Это разные планеты. Но акцент все равно акценты и языки еще есть. Хотя, although, oh god, this is hard.
Я помню тебя.
У меня очень маленький словарный запас. But I've always wanted Leon to have a Slavic background because his last name. I was like, if his last name is Powalski, I think it would be interesting if he had that as a background. Оригинальный я хотел, чтобы Leon. Let me think of how to say it. Раньше Поляком. How do you say it? Поляк. Yeah.
Я поляк.
Поляк. Okay, поляком. Okay. Раньше я хотел, чтобы Леон был поляком, но я актер озвучивания. Я актер озвучивания для Леона. И я не понимаю польский. Если я хотел, чтобы Леон говорит по-польски, мне нужен еще 3 или 4 года учусь говорить по-польски. У меня нет времени. Нет же времени. I don't have the time to learn Polish, so he's going to have to speak. His father is going to speak Russian. Как сказать? Отец Леона будет говорить только по-русски. Его дети, Петр и Станислав, будут переводить для Волфа в этом сцене. Да, понял. God, there are a bunch of Russian people in the live stream premiere thing for Lackadaisy.
I saw that.
That's really cool. I said a little Russian in there a second ago. I was like, Zdrastie. That's cool. They have a lot of Russian speakers. I'm hoping that my cartoon, The Violence, will have an enormous, just international fan base. Because it's not just gonna have Russian hyenas. I want there to be Hindi, even Afrikaans, like different parts of the city where people speak different languages. And it'll just depend on what kind of people I meet. Yeah, I'm gonna spam it one more time if you're just getting here. This is the link. It's just like my thing. It's a 24-hour wait. Вообще реально неожиданный crossover. Okay. Я рад быть. Oh, I could use Google Translate, but I'm not going to. You're doing a really good job, though, for real.
Thank you. I'm actually pretty pleased with it so far.
Yeah, geez, I can't looking at. I mean, I'm only looking at it in a small window, but nice little blink that you put in there. You know, the reason that I have the stars there is so you can delete the star when you're fully finished with that frame.
Mm-hmm. I
So
was going to delete them after I do one final pass. I'm going to get them all in and then go.
'Cause I know some of them you've still got other stuff to work on for it, but
yeah.
I just found it's easy to put like an X or a star or something up in the corner, so when I get up the next day, I just scroll until I find a star, and it's like, okay, here's the first frame that is not finished that I can do. But yeah, the hard part is remembering to delete them when you're done with a frame. I'll be like, okay, here's one, and I'll look at the frame and be like, no, this frame's done. I just forgot to delete the star. That's been a tradition of mine for years.
I had a bit of concern with the last, well, I guess the animations I've done for you already, because I did insert like blinking frames, and I was thinking about, well, shit, what if like I accidentally had him blink when someone else is blinking? Because you want to space those apart, so I should be a little more careful when just deciding to put in a blink animation.
Yeah.
I'm sure it's fine, but I just want to be more aware of it.
Everyone's gonna think I'm Russian, though. Wait, Fox in Space is fucking Russian, bro? No. Точно нет. Hey, how's it going?
I've already had people on Twitter think like we're the same person.
It's gonna happen. Especially if we're both working on my cartoon. Everybody's gonna think Bubba is me. Bubba is you. And then everyone who speaks Russian will start calling me Ochin Minoga as a nickname. Slava had a good idea that somewhere, like, with the holograms or whatever, that I don't know if I showed you that scene where James goes out of the city and everything's burning, and he sees a copy of himself almost naked, smiling and waving, beckoning for him to come in, and he's just wearing like these neon colored underwear shorts, and he thinks that he's dead, and he starts to take his suit off, and then he's like, wait a minute, and then he walks through all like the burning rubble and sees it, and it's some futuristic technology that can like read your biological form and project yourself wearing the clothing company's outfits, waving you into the store like, come on in, you'll look great in this. You're me, I'm you. Look at yourself and whatnot. And he picks it up and takes it to Vadik or one of his computer buddies, and they like, I've never seen technology before like this, but I'm looking at the circuits. It makes sense. And, they work on it for weeks and weeks. And then he gets the ability to, use them as decoys. Kind of like a Total Recall, like a coincidentally speaking. And like this is like later when he becomes a submarine captain and legendary or whatever. Everyone's like, there's not one of him, there's like 6 of them, and it's the same guy, and blah blah blah, and they'll start calling him Captain Ochin Minoga or something. It was Slava's idea, something like that.
So good.
That can work, because my original idea was everybody calls him that because he tries to get into like this hideout of Russian hyenas, and they're up at the top of the gate, and they're like, you can't come in, and he's like, у меня очень много деньги, big деньги. I have that means money. It's like, I have big деньги. But he's just like, they're like, у вас есть деньги? And he's like, duh, Ochin Minoga. And they all start, like, all the hyenas at the top of the gate are like, oh, these guys go, Ochin Minoga. And they all just start calling him Ochin Minoga. So that just kind of and one of them laughs, and his captain's cap falls off, and James picks it up, and he starts to, like, throw it back up to the gate, and they're like, no, keep it, Captain Ochin Minoga. And all the hyenas start laughing, and that's his nickname. It's Captain Ochin Minoga because of the way he's like Ochin Minoga. That could still be it, and then just later there's just more things that happen that are like, yeah, your nickname's Ochin Minoga. It sounds corny, but with what has happened to you, it's your nickname. It sticks. All right. No, I'm not going to stream here. I don't want her getting in trouble because some people you're not allowed to dual stream or you'll get in trouble or something. I made the announcement. I spammed it on my YouTube. I spammed it on my Discord. Milk-filled lungs.
What?
Some Azerbaijani delicacy. I think. No, never mind. Central Asia. No, it's a food. I mean, just go on Google and type in milk filled and see what auto completes. I know Uzbekistani mutant chicken feet.
The second one is milk-filled breasts as the second autofill.
It's probably pregnant moms being like, whoa, what do I do? Or I just had a baby or whatever.
I keep changing my shirt.
Yeah, no, that's a thing. That's the pump thing.
Yeah.
Matt McCusker like waking up and seeing his wife doing that. He woke up from a dirty dream and he like literally rolled over to see his wife doing that and said, yeah, I got a pump too. He rolled over and started beating it. He said his wife was like really mad at him for like 4 days. She's like, why did you say that? That was like really uncalled. He's like, what? It's like, it seemed funny at the time. Like I get, but like I love fucking hilarious, embarrassing like husband wife shit like that. Like me and Greg have all sorts of like embarrassing things or whatever. But it's like, oh, you're married. You can laugh about it. But no, like that was the name of the episode.
Yeah.
Was like the episode of the podcast was called Pump. He just woke up, started doing that. He's like, yeah, I got a pump too. I was so juvenile, but holy fuck. Ah, jeez. Oh, hey, the Russians in the lackadaisy thing are talking to me now. I mean, I assume they're Russian. They're speaking Russian. They could be Kazakhstani. What'd you say, Greg? I didn't mean to talk over you.
The Russians in the lackadaisy thing.
Huh?
What do you mean the Russians in the lackadaisy thing?
No, the premiere, the 24 hours premiere. There's a chat room in it for the thing. You can. It's for the. You know, you see one. It's like 85 people waiting. Like, yeah, there are a bunch of Russians in there, and or people speaking Russian. So I just started saying hi in Russian. Now I just said, "Я рад быть здесь. Я очень большой фан Lackadaisy."
I've got our signed Lackadaisy comic upstairs.
Oh, the art book?
It was a comic. It was volume 1.
Or not the hardback.
I didn't think we had a hardback.
I remember. Well, the one that I went there to get it signed, and she wasn't there the first time. It was at Anthrocon.
Yeah, it's soft cover though. It's not hardback.
I thought it was.
I could be wrong.
No, it's whatever.
Either way,
I remember it being hardback for some reason. I remember being there and like my heart was flying out of my chest. And I get up there and she's like, "Oh, she's not here today, or she's out for some other thing." She was at some other thing. She wasn't there. There were like 5 or 6 artists that I went to their booth to say hi to them, and there was someone else running their booth. I don't know. I'll have to be more punctual the next time I go to one of those things.
That was the first time I met Lewis, actually, was at their booth at the LFC.
I want to give someone the experience of playing a video game, but just from watching a cartoon. Like, I want that, like for an example, like the feeling you get from a save room in Resident Evil when you find a new save room or you're trying to make it through the mansion. And you haven't got a lot of life, but you know you have heals in the box or herbs or whatever, and you get there and that music starts and you're like given this sense of relief, even though it's music that's like you're safe ... for now. And like if there's something happening to a character in my cartoon where they need to get somewhere safe, and you know, like have a certain theme or certain music that plays when they get back to their base or something, and like the view, like, and it's going to be in episodes, it's not a movie, so you get used to hearing the certain type of music or even just the same score whenever the characters get somewhere and they're safe. I don't know, the original Ninja Turtles cartoon had the same thing. Like when certain stuff, they had these same like 20 tracks that were in every episode, or like every episode had music taken from like these 20 tracks. And when certain things were being discussed or certain things were happening in the cartoon, they used that certain track over and over again. Not as like, you know, same reason you do it in advertising or anything, but it's just, it's their soundtrack and it fits that. And I don't know, I'm rambling at this point, but I want my cartoon to be a strange new experience. Like there's going to be scenes that are long that people are like, why is it this long? Like, not anything that's going to bore people out of a movie theater, but some things like some scenes where there's exposition, but there's also just comfort in the scene, or a scene specifically just to make you feel disgusted and gross. I don't know. I'm not making much sense. It'll be easier to show you when it's done.
My example of that was always that even though it's like an ending credit sequence, but in season 3 of Twin Peaks, at the bar when the dude is just like cleaning the floor and there's nothing else going on.
Oh yeah, at the bar, the other Renault brother, the one that survived. I'm glad they brought him back, even if he had to act as a brother that wasn't dead. It's like, oh, you're the third one that didn't die, but you kind of look like Jacques. God, I want to go through Twin Peaks again. That's another one. Like whenever I go through Twin Peaks and start watching it, it feels like I'm watching someone play a mystery game that I've seen and played 100 times. Like, it really does play out really well like that. I want the best way I can think of. Let me try really hard. I want the violence, like when it's following James through the city and like his everyday stuff. I don't want it to literally play out like Shenmue, but I want that vibe. Like when there's like after you've seen so many episodes where James walks through the market part of the city and these little hallways with these little, you know, vending kiosks and whatnot with neon lights and everything. Like after a while, you'll start to memorize where the stores are and remember who's there, and like, oh, well, he's going here, and it's like it's fake night. They've got like the night sky texture going on the ceiling, and so and so won't be at the boba tea place today. It'll be the other character. Like I want it to feel like I don't want just every scene to just be a new random generated background or the same just like indescript background for something. I want to actually design, like if there is a place where a scene exists, if there's a setting where a location where a scene takes place, I want to design everything there, every sign, every store, anything that will be seen on camera. I don't want to just like use a geometry node and randomly generate, you know, buildings. I can use a texture of the living room of a window on, you know, the living room of a building, like showing through the window, like you did in your Konbini and noodle machine thing that you did. Mm-hmm. Like stuff that's never going to be seen inside of, they can all be textures. That's fine. But if one day on the 34th floor that you see in the background of the scenes, there's a room where something takes place, I'm going to like fly up there in Blender and cut out the 34th floor of that building and remove that texture of just like the lit up living room and actually make a living room in there. But there's no need to do that, like, because if you want to do that for everything, then someone would be like, well, I'm going to make every single room have furniture and everything in it. So in the scenes with 100 floors of a building visible way back in the background, they'll all be real furniture. Like, there's no need to do that. You'd spend months and months for something that people are never going to see. Just use textures. But if at some point in the future you have a scene that takes place inside one of those rooms, or like a camera shot outside that shows the outside of that window and like 8 or 9 rooms around it, then yeah, you'll have to cut out those in the future scenes and like cut out the textures of them and put actual living rooms with furniture and people in them for that. But you don't have to do that for everything else because it's all being seen much farther away. So like the hallways where you know James goes and gets his noodle bowl in the morning or his protein jello before he gets to work, you can see 4 stores: an electronics store, a battery shop, and then the food place, and then the hallway turns. Now down that hallway, there's going to be other places, you know, like a medical place, filing places, furniture, you know, places that sell goods and whatnot. But if in this scene that I'm working on of him, you don't see that yet, there's no need to go ahead and design that stuff. And then you have a bunch of other scenes that happen in the same place and you never see that, there's no need. But then when there's a scene where someone steals his wallet and he chases them down the hall and he turns that corner, when you get to that scene, when you know that you're going to have it there, then go and design that. And you don't have to do that like, oh, I'll have to design all these other hallways and the markets down those halls and all that. Don't worry about that until you have a scene where it has to be shown. Because I would do that. I'm like, well, I'm going to design this over here and this over here and around this corner. I'd be like I was making Doom levels again. I would get in this hardcore dopamine cycle of just like, oh, and I'm going to add a store here and here and here and here. And I would have to stop and tell myself, like, look, you gotta do the cartoon. Like, no one else is gonna see this stuff. And the other part of me is like, yeah, but it's so much fun. It's like, yeah, but no one's gonna see this stuff in this scene. If in the future, sure, go down there and make all that stuff. But right now, focus on only what the camera is gonna see. It's kind of like level editing. When you go out of bounds, no clip or whatever, and there's any walls where the camera can never get to when you're the player, you'll see that there's just no textures there. Don't waste time just drawing and adding details that no one's gonna see. Same thing in 2D here. Like, there's no reason for me to go in and add these little like loops on his shoes for the laces and stuff. Because when you're zoomed out, you're like, look, that whole thing that I was drawing right here is one black pixel. No one is ever going to see that. This is one thing that will slow you down. This slowed me down when I was younger because I didn't know any better. And I would sit here and be like, oh, and each shoe is gonna have this and the little like mold things on the soles and all this. And then you zoom out, it's like, look, and then adding like the lighting and everything, no one's gonna fucking see that shit. But anyway, I'm going on a tangent here. Back to the violence with like the setting and everything. Eventually, by the time all of the episodes are done and James has spent his life, or the years of his life that he's going to spend in that city, and then we leave it for a while, it's going to be bigger than any VR realm or VR chat realm you've seen. I can't wait to see it. It's going to be contributed to by so many people, probably, hopefully. Now, Rex, you know how I'm giving you that grease pencil object file, and you save that? I just drop it in the folder, and it automatically snaps into place. You know how that, like, when I start designing Hopeton, and like the hallways inside, it's gonna look like a comic book convention marketplace. You know how it's just these electronically lit hallways deep inside the building, and every 10 feet there's like a little booth or whatever on either side. It's gonna be very closed in and small and dimly lit, but it's gonna look really cool. And each block where there can be a vendor set up, there's going to be an empty block. There's going to be just an empty orange origin dot there of an empty object. And I'm going to have it set up where you guys can pick any one of those lots on the server, and you can go in and add a noodle house or an arcade or anything, and you can just edit that on your own computer and just drop it on the server file. And then when I get on my computer and open it up and look in Hopeton's market district, like magically there will be the new shop that you've been working on. Like, if you want to do that, Slava's going to do most of it, but I would like you to do it because I want your style of making the places a little more than Slava's. Slava will be able to bend to that, but like what I've seen you modeling, your stuff is a lot closer to cartoony kind of aesthetic. His is like super realistic sci-fi aliens movie stuff. So even if he knows more about 3D than you, like the style that like the simplified, like it's cartoon characters, so if we're doing 3D, the 3D is gonna kind of look toony too kind of style that you're doing. And it's fucking great. I don't even know if I'm going to do seasons with the violence. I think I'm just going to do like one piece. Just do episode 800. I'd love to have 1,000 episodes of my cartoon. That's the thing though, I don't think my brain can work that fast. If you have 1,000 episodes of anything, the story has to be watered down at some point.
They're really taken to 3D modeling backgrounds quite a bit. Is
It's fun.
yeah, I did it. Oh, it's really fun, and I did it just to like help simplify my life with my comics. But now I just really love doing it too. Like it was just a matter of convenience, but now it's like
This is the thing. If you make it look good, all the snoots that are on Twitter, they're like, oh, I can tell the backgrounds are 3D. If like just fucking alpha out, dude. Just be like, oh yeah, well how about this, and just like blow them away with something. One thing I like to do, I've done it once or twice, maybe more, is when someone calls you out for a thing, just do your best in the other thing to trick them. It's like, all right, I'm gonna secretly go over here and make this 3D thing, but do such a good job on it that they think it's 2D, and I'm gonna show them that one and then another copy of it that's slightly different, and then be like, which one of these is 2D? And they're like, well, obviously this one's 2D because blah blah blah. It's like, actually they're both 3D. I just changed some contrast settings. And they have to be like, well, what do you mean by 3D? It's like, well, no, look, and I did show a video of you like rotating it around, and they're like, well, that's very interesting. Oh, it's always that. It's always like, oh, that's interesting. It's like, dude, you just got burnt. I'd never do something like that to someone in public, but if I've got the ability to be like, oh, well, which one is the right one? They're like, oh, obviously this one. It's like, actually, both of these are fake. So, I don't know. I don't give a fuck.
No one's ever given me a hard time about my backgrounds in Louis anyway, or even just like that I've been doing 3D in general. Like no one really seems to care, or at least no one who follows me does.
Well, good.
I don't.
No one who matters would give you shit. There's nothing wrong with criticizing. There's nothing wrong with offering a suggestion on something. But anyone that's gonna sit there and like moan and groan about shit like that, it's just not worth it. It's like, what are you doing?
I'm just too busy being proud of what I'm doing.
Yeah, the most Sigma male grind set thing that you can do when you read stuff like that is shrug it off and go get back to work, and then blast some super funk.
I have to get back to work. No one else is going to do this.
Dum 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 dum. Roll to the right, to the left, and a roll check. Dum dum dum. Oh God.
We'll get our supper going there.
Oh, you gonna do the puffy bake thing? It's so good. Do we have any sour cream?
Yes.
Uh,
Now we have more.
I think moving forward, I'm going to make some more reference sheets.
It's really helpful. I kind of did a few characters straight ahead for chapter 2 of Louis, but I'm getting like a board that I'm putting above my desk that has all the characters on it for the character sheets, because I don't want to have to keep going back and looking at older pages for references just to look up the
Overachiever. I love it. I need that. I need that. I need my characters like on a big chart.
Yeah.
Import animations from other softwares. You can import a what's the SVG or whatever, frame by frame. There's no app that'll do it for you. Yeah, I could enhance episode 1 if I wanted to. Just import the PNGs and put them on a flat rectangular texture just at the width of the camera, but I wouldn't know anything about that because like people tell me like, hey, can I do my animation frames in this program and put them as like, nope, gotta be Blender. That's one thing I won't back down. Я готов. Can I decrease the... Yes. Hey. Hey, 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 hey. A little bit. That is kind of low. Whatever. So I've been humming this song in my head. Yeah, the onion skinning. Hey, Reagan, how's it going, buddy? So yeah, when you go in here and you have to draw the one in between, you have kind of an idea of where the middle one is going to be. So you can kind of see the middle one here instead of nothing being there. Right on. I wonder what the song's gonna be that we write. I'll have to get with Slava. First things first, Slava will have to get the lyrics written. I'll tell him what I want the lyrics to kind of sound like, and then we'll do I'll do a guitar thing if you don't have a guitar handy. The guitar for emulating a Victor Tsoi song will be pretty easy.
I have one, but I'll leave that up to you because I've been learning it. I'm excellent at piano, and usually whatever I can play on piano, I can.
You can do piano.
Teach myself on any other instrument.
We can switch off if we need to. Like I said, it's not like, you know, a band like, well, if you contribute this, then I have to contribute that. It's like, no, there can be songs where you do 90% of the contributing and I'm just like helping out on it. And then there's going to be songs where I write most of the shit and then you can contribute a little on that. So the water's running through the pipes.
It's got 4 more wolf heads to go, and the body stuff will just be easy as shit. I'll definitely have this to you before the end of the day.
Really?
Oh yeah.
You gonna color it too?
Mm-hmm.
Really?
Overachiever, I love it.
Am I gonna add the mission select theme in this episode? I don't know. It was already in the first one. I don't like to reuse music, not for this thing. For the violence, most definitely it'll be the opposite. But for this one, I think the only one I did reuse was the Venom Saloon as the ambient music in the customs line. But this is just a live bloom effect. I kind of like that. Just doesn't render the fog real time. The frame rate's always so damn low.
Всем, кто садится срать, спокойного сра. Блядь. Всем, кто садится срать, спокойного сра. There has to be a parody of that. That's not the words to the song.
Well, it is now.
Теперь да. Oh, Jesus. It's like, for those lying down to sleep, good night. You know, тем, кто ложится спать, спокойного сна. Всем, кто садится срать, спокойного сна. Those sitting down to shit have a calm shit. Thank you for ruining my favorite Kino song. Очень приятно. Спасибо. Спасибо за это.
Sounds like something out of a meme that Slava would send to us.
Yeah, that made my fucking day, блядь.
Чего, блядь?
Чего, блядь? How's old Newman doing? What you guys been up to? Как дела разные? I just released a 40-minute cartoon about Star Fox. It only took 39 years. Special about the age of 39. I don't think there is anything. Well, I'm glad you liked it. Because of that, like, I'm a demon in Blender now. It's my life. This is all I do.
True.
I still have the one little thing that we did together in FL Studio on bass and guitar. It's on a hard drive somewhere. And I did get confirmation from Vinny. He is 100% on board for returning for episode 3. And I told him, just stand by and I'll hit him up when I get further into the episode. I'm sure Curb will be back. I hope Devin can come back. I don't want to get him in any trouble. Oh yeah. I need to get back in and make some more goofy music shit like that. Vinny and Germa were both very kind. I can't say I know them personally, but from our interactions, they seem like very genuine people. I just always assume that everyone is incredibly busy. I don't want to bother anyone. It's like when I got them both for, doing voice stuff. I'm like, I'll go ahead and get off here, dude. Thank you very much for your voices. Have a good one. I'm just like, oh my God, I hope I didn't keep them up for too long. You want to talk about social anxiety? Jesus. Listen to me tomorrow on the Lackadaisy podcast, and you will hear what a man sounds like who is under extreme anxiety. It never goes away as you get older. You just get better at hiding it. Hopefully, I'll be good enough.
Fake it till you become it.
Pretend you have fake it till you make it basically means pretend you actually have the confidence until the confidence arrives. That's what that boils down to. If you ever wondered what fake it till you make it means. I've gone back and watched Lackadaisy a couple times. It's really neat. Sorry, I shouldn't say neat because I hate when people are like, oh, it's neat. I don't mean it like that. It's a vibe. It's an immersive environment. There's no accidental Starbucks coffee cup sitting on a crate somewhere. Every single background, every character, everything in that is like someone put love and care into it. Some people aren't going to like it, just like my cartoon. There's going to be the people like, oh, you didn't tell me someone was going to be drinking alcohol. I got like 4 people leaving about 3 or 4 people leaving angry comments, like saying, like, you need to have a warning for alcohol. And I'm like, all I could think of, like, every time I would read one of those, I'd be like, geez, I wonder what the Lackadaisy people are dealing with right now. Because all things like prohibition and stuff, like, and they're not even drinking the good stuff. They're drinking that rough homemade shit.
That Canadian stuff.
Yeah. With coffin varnish. For real. There's always going to be somebody that's going to be like, oh, you didn't tell me you were going to make a joke about psoriasis. or jock itch. Like, why did you have to make the poke at jock itch? I have to deal with. That's the thing in the violence. Holy fuck! There's going to be so many jokes about physical conditions that I've had to deal with. Like nothing like too disgusting, but like all sorts of stuff like that's going to be made fun of. There's going to be all sorts of drinks. That'll be the interesting thing. It won't be alcohol. It'll be, you know, an indescribed or a nondescript substance or something. And people are like, you should have told me they were drinking alcohol. I'm like, it's not alcohol. It's 100% alcohol free. Well, they're getting affected by something. I'm like, are they? Are you sure that what if they're just drinking water and they're being gassed by an evil entity? Well, you still need to put that they're being chemically affected by drugs because of blah, 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 blah.
I hate that you add the water to that.
You can't please everyone. You cannot please everyone. Because remember this, if you please everybody except for like 3 people in the room, and one of those people, you're like, okay, well, I'm changing this to please you now. You've now just unpleased several other people behind you that you weren't worried about originally. And then there's going to be the obligatory people that are like, why are you changing something because of one person? Have some backbone. I am now unpleased with your efforts. And yeah, like, you just get to 90% and keep moving. It's a college A.
Just please yourself. That's really how I feel about it. Yeah. Okay, well, it's your bean.
Wait, what?
It's your bean. Do what you want with it. I mean, really though, like,
It's your bean. We don't flick that bean for money or oil. We flick it because it's right. We're changing things around here in 2024. And we've got a new slogan for our campaign.
I'll stop. I'm sorry. Как вы себя чувствуете? Русские в чате. Где? Всем привет. Надеюсь, что все в порядке у вас. А это еще в мозг. Всем, кто сидит сейчас. Я никогда не буду забывать. О, нет. Woke Tony Soprano. Super progressive Tony Soprano. What does it matter what fucking gender they have? They can have any gender they want. God, I mean, he's watching that, even watching that show with like a neutral state of mind. He was pretty much of a rough asshole. Come on, I can't do a Tony Soprano voice. It ends up just sounding like.
Shut up and eat your fucking fajol.
You clumsy. That would be pretty great. Or yeah, it would. Yeah, I should just do Falco's dad's voice. That would be close enough. Wait, Bubba's here?
Where? Hey!
In
That
spirit.
would be an interesting thing, like Sopranos. If Tony was like super far left.
Gee, what Biden fucking said? Friggin' genius. Come out. You're gonna sit here and you're gonna listen to our president. You're gonna listen to fucking Biden, and you're gonna know
Everybody, everybody. Like, or whoever was. I know. I guess we had a Republican president. He gonna get my cup of cola.
Tony, where's the cup of cola? No, I'm listening to this.
This is State of the Union address.
It's one of the
No, I
calls
can't.
to make a donation to the Democratic Party. Like, yeah, sure. I'll give him a credit card.
Going around whacking Republicans. that would actually be pretty funny. I'd have to. I did Falco's dad's voice, and that during the whole time I worked on that scene, I watched the entire run of The Sopranos. It took me a couple weeks. So if I wanted to do a good Tony Soprano, or even doing Falco's father's voice again, I'd have to go back and watch that, because I was totally channeling James Gandolfini. You can be woke. I don't care. You can be based. Are you from the House of Based? No, fool. I represent the House of Woke. Kneel in my presence. No man from the House of Based shall ever kneel to a wokeoid such as yourself. That's how things are going to be after the nuclear war, when we're fighting each other with sticks and rocks. I represent the House of Based. There will be no... Flying the fucking... Like, the... I forget what they're called. Manuscript art. Like the flags of manuscript art, but it's just like some griffin eating a red capsule in flame. Remember this tonight when you partake of your pills of red, ye mighty and based. That would be a funny skit. Somebody should do that. Like some Game of Thrones shit. The House of Woke must fall. Ah, jeez. The difference is simple. You're a woke Harry Potter fan, and I'm a based Shrek fan. I always pictured myself as a based ogre living in my red-pilled swamp with my donkey sidekick who fucked a dragon and didn't let the fact that he was a donkey dissuade him. Shrek is based. Dude, that Chippendale video, I downloaded that. I have that forever. I will always, oh my God, I will cherish it for the rest of my life. If there was like a Wiktionary video definition of butthurt, like that would be the textbook video link that you could like touch screen. Imagine books in the future just being a double screen laptop that you unfold sideways. You touch stuff and it's got 20-year-old fingerprints all over it. Now, we'll eventually have stuff that can be projected inside of your eyeballs. And soon after will come commercials that are projected inside of your eyeballs. Imagine no matter what you do, no matter how you close your eyes, someone hacking you and just playing Tub Girl on the inside of your eyeballs endlessly, even if you try to go to sleep.
Isn't Budweiser like experimenting with like inserting advertisements in your dreams? Let me check that. Oh, it's Coors. Coors wants to implant ads in your dreams.
Coors.
Subscribe today to keep reading.
Oh, God. So, what I'm doing, describe what you're doing on screen. This animation of Wolf climbing down off of his ship that he stole. I have every other frame. The frames are always going to be on the even frames, like these here. And you notice that like these are all the layers, like the head, body, eyes, and all that. You notice that there's one missing here. Like I haven't done these yet. So what I'm doing, I'm going in between these frames, which the blue and the red show the frame before the one I'm on, and the frame after the one I'm on. And I look at those lines. You see his arm here and his arm here. Seeing those, I'm drawing the one in between so it will be more smooth. See? So now, between that, I've got the elbow animated. Then you go in and, put where his shirt's gonna be. So now I've got that. And you just keep going. The tail. You see where the tail is down there. You kind of draw the tail that you think is going to be between those. It's like an IQ test exercise, sort of. So then, now I see I've got this much of this frame done. And you see where the foot is, and you draw what's pretty much in between those two frames. You see the foot's going to be. It gets more challenging when it's farther away, because it's like, okay, I guess the leg's here. I guess since the foot was pointed down here and it's pointed up here, let's have it kind of in the middle. Not out that far, obviously. You see this one only goes out that far, this one only goes out that far. So to have this stuck out that far, it's going to look weird. If something moves like that, there's an arc of where it's going to end up. So now I've gotten this much of this frame done. And you just keep doing that until it's done. And for this many frames. Like, this looks like a finished animation, but this is actually 6 frames a second. I've got to get 12 frames done every second. is a lot. Most of this I got done yesterday. And there's still more. And there's going to be a lizard guy walking in. Weren't you going to hire in-betweeners for episode 3? You're watching one of them working right now. Down there. In the bottom right. Jeez, I thought it was 9 o'clock at night. It's only 5. Well, I'm using a rough 3D model. I don't animate, the fingers aren't animated and the head's not animated. But I kind of loosely, fuck, because his shoes don't look like that. See, like, I know how to draw hands, I just need to know the basic. I might move to that too. I might make, like, all the characters in the future just have like spheres, because I don't pose the fucking fingers of the model. I know how to draw hands a little bit, like kind of guessing where the tail's supposed to be. I've been working this way. I add 1 frame every 16 frames, then every 8 frames, then every 4 frames, then every 2 frames, and it's like going in between. And then once you get it to every 2, because that's how this runs all of these frames, or it goes 24 of these every second, 24 frames a second. But you see, you can squish the numbers out where it just shows the even ones. This is what the cartoon's animated on. The ships themselves, the environment, the camera movement, and the ships and vehicles all move at 24. But the characters are at 12. Here, I can show you these guys. These guys are currently animated at 12 frames a second. It doesn't really show it, but the ship is at a much higher frame rate. Nikolai is going to walk up here. Next shot's going to be a close one, though. There's a lot of animation. But it's the first scene. It's the first scene. I want it to look good. It's not going to be that bloomy. I don't know why it's that high. It's an inaccuracy with the live preview. Actually, it does look kind of cool. There was one single part in episode 2 that was animated 24 frames a second, and that's when James karate chops Reese in the neck. Animating on ones just means you're animating at the native frame rate of your movie. If your film is at 24 frames a second and your cartoon frames move at the same rate, that's ones. That's just every single frame of your movie is a new thing. Like if you're putting animation over, excuse me, if you're putting animation over a 30 frame a second thing, and you're animating at 30 frames a second, that's ones. If you're doing every other frame where it updates, 15 times a second instead of 30, then that's twos. It's just how many frames of the native frame rate of your movie represent one frame of 2D animation. I mean, it goes for 3D too. It's just, that's a popular thing these days. The altering frame rates of 3D characters in the same environment, like Puss in Boots and Enter the Spider-Verse. Yeah, I saw Scanner Darkly. That's a good movie. Yeah, this is Kino. I can't render the grass in real time. But in the final frame, you'll see the grass rendered like this. It looks so good. I can show a few pieces of it. Sorry, I'm still giggling about the House of Base. Like some post-thread stuff, like we're just nuclear wasteland and everybody's got armor made out of license plates and beer barrels and shit. Whatever remains. How long does it take Blender to render one of these scenes? Well, I can tell you how long it takes to render a frame. This 4K frame with the 20,000 blades of grass rendered over everything took 13.63 seconds. Remind me, I've got to put Stanislav's facial markings back on. stand not with the house of Based. Must I remind you what became of the house of Cringe? Cringe and Dell.
Man, I want a fucking patty melt.
Excellent!
Just do that when I'm done.
Like a burger?
Oh yeah.
Hmm.
You're what?
Blender was being a pain.
Being a poot. Q&As or panels? Nah. I might do a workshop one day where I teach people how to animate.
Excellent!
God, now I want to play Armored Core again.
That was such a great series.
Tina, thanks for the sub. Yeah, Armored Core is fucking great.
It's like one of the better games of the PlayStation.
Yeah, that looks better. Once you have all the keyboard shortcuts down, holy shit. I apologize. I'd be interested in seeing what Blender looked like in 2011.
You can download it.
Oh, I'm sure. I want to see what the first version of Blender was like.
It's all on their website.
Man.
You can download the very, very first
It belongs in a museum.
one. Blender's only been around for 12 years.
I thought Blender had been around for 20 years. Oh, when was the first? Let's look. Let's consult the book. When was first version of Blender? 1995. Incorporated innovative ideas, blah, blah, blah. At the time, 3D was considered commercially uninteresting. Jesus Christ. I want to, if it's going to, oh, Jesus. Sorry, Blender's being difficult today. A rare display. How long is that casserole gotta bake?
It's got 20 minutes left, I think.
I mean, I'm fine. I was just curious. He's working on Wolf in Shot 3. I'm working on Wolf in Shot 4. Have a good meeting, I guess. Meeting.
Have a good
Have
meeting.
a good meeting. Hot potato. Hot. What? Traffic was horrible. Yeah, it's where they teach Russian kids to talk like they have a piece of a hot potato in their mouth when they're trying to speak English. And it makes you speak English better. It makes you sound more like an American or whatever, I guess. I'm looking for it. Bottom left? There we go. That's what I was trying to do. This is a kid's show called Yeralash. I thought this was funny.
My name is Anton. Every morning I usually get up at 7 o'clock and brush my teeth. Then I have breakfast and go to school by bus. Then...
Галкин. Ты старательный мальчик, Галкин. Старательный, и я ценю твое усердие, но произношение... Ужас! Тебе ж ни один англичанин не поймет. Нужно говорить так, как будто во рту у тебя горячая картошка. Горячая. Hot.
Hot.
Да нет же. Hot.
Hot?
Тренируйся, Галкин, тренируйся. Может быть, что-нибудь и получится.
You just like keep practicing. You need to talk like you have a piece of a hot potato in your mouth.
I went to the kitchen and cooked hot potato. О, готово. Горячая картошечка. Very hot potato. Ой, ай.
What's happened, Галкин?
Good morning, Larissa Viktorovna. I'm sorry. I'm late. The traffic is terrible.
Галкин, какое произношение. Молодец. Но ведь можешь, если захочешь. Садись. А вы, ребята, берите пример с Галкина.
Как у тебя получилось? Такое произношение? Супер.
Да к черту это произношение! К черту это английский!
Чего?
Меня за дома никто не понимает. И доктор сказал, что еще 2 месяца так будет. Горячая картошка.
Готовка. Oh, man. Yeah, that's a good one. This is the international soundtrack for the Jackie Chan movie, The Young Master. Let me find the right ones. Here. It's almost impossible to find a copy of the movie that uses this soundtrack. Most copies of the movie The Young Master had a different soundtrack of music to them. But this soundtrack, I have it on record too. I got the vinyl of this because I loved it so much. That entire soundtrack, it sounds like if you could put actual music on an 80s JRPG, like a medieval RPG. There's like the village music, and then the fighting music, and then the boss music, and then the ultimate boss, final boss of the game music. The romantic date scene music. What's up?
I had to like, because I'm listening to a long Super Nintendo music compilation, and I had your stream turned up because I was listening to that Russian bit, and I was like, is this music coming from this? Like they're all like stacked on top of each other because it sounded like Super Nintendo RPG music, but it was still your stream.
Go with it.
Just confused me.
Yeah, actually, I think I will play that. I'm going to play the Young Master soundtrack. I found a copy of the movie, but it uses the other soundtrack, not this one. One of the guys who worked on the soundtrack for the Young Master is Ryudo Uzaki. He did the music for Dagger of Kamui, my favorite anime. That's how I found this album. And the person he made this album with did music for Street Fighter.
Fuck.
Akira Inoue. Let me look him up. Akira Inoue, Japanese keyboard player. Y'all should look these people up. If you like music that video game music was pretty much born out of, check these dudes out. Yeah, Prophetic Dream. Look up the album Prophetic Dream by Akira Inoue.
My man.
It looks like a first-person shot of a Formula One racing game, but as a painting. Anyway, this is the mostly unused soundtrack of The Young Master. It was only put out on an international version of the Jackie Chan movie, The Young Master, in 1980, and then never really printed again on any other versions that you can find. And on the album version, Jackie Chan sings the theme song. Kung Fu Fighting Man. Dun, dun, dun. Stars have been my blanket, grass has been my bed, and sorrow has been the pillow where I laid my weary head. Yeah, like, dude, Jackie Chan nails it though. He's actually a really good singer. I'll have to play the original version after we play this theme song. Yeah, just look up Kung Fu Fighting Man or the theme song to The Young Master by Jackie Chan. I put my glasses on. That's Slava's actual icon on Discord. it's so good, dude. Just imagine like walking through a like Tokyo in the 80s with your girlfriend
or boyfriend.
And God, I want that vibe, that Tokyo 80s city anime vibe in my cartoon somehow. I've shown you Rex, and I know you know what I'm talking about.
Mm-hmm.
You have that same kind of vibe in some of your stuff with Fox and Wolf in it. Even Louis too, like I don't know, Bloom, Bloom in the right colors.
A lot of purples and pinks.
I've thought about playing some of the Yakuza series, just for the vibe of it. I remember I played this vinyl on my stream like 3 or 4 years ago when I lived in Maine.
I'm gonna put a link in general to a band I recently came across called Ginger Root. Yeah. They film everything as if it was done in like the late 80s, early 90s in Japan. And it's really convincing. And the music's just dope.
I'll have to check that out.
I'll put it in the Twitch chat too. Yeah, y'all should check out Ginger Root. Huge fan.
Not too bad. Not too bad.
My man.
I've just got a couple more frames to do, and this one will be ready for you if you want it. The rate you guys are going, like, we're all just going to be listed at the same level in the credits. Like, I could say I'm lead animator, sure, but, like, you guys are just animators at this point. You've put the same amount of work into episode 3's animation frames as I have. Because I've sent you, like, on every shot, I've sent you guys half the work. Unreleased early 80s RPG game music. This would definitely be like the town or market music. If I had the money, I would buy the rights to certain old library music and repurpose it for video games. Having a real, like, dark 80s sci-fi Metroid movie with, like, library music as the soundtrack. Holy fuck, dude. I guess that's the one good thing about AI is in, like, 10 years, we'll just be able to make a movie like that. It'll probably suck, but, eh.
Did you see the prompt that Slava put in about the guy?
The beer one?
No, the guy who has his name. Well, the guy who becomes too much dynamite, like how he got his name.
No.
It's pretty great. If you don't, well, yeah. Slava put in, there is a guy with a name Too Much Dynamite. Make an insane story of how he got his name. Once upon a time, there was a man named John who lived in a small town. John was always fascinated by explosives and loved to experiment with different types of bombs. He would spend hours in his basement mixing chemicals and creating new explosive compounds. One day, John decided to take his love for explosives to the next level. He decided to create a massive bomb that would blow up an entire building. He spent weeks working on the bomb, carefully crafting each component and testing it multiple times. Finally, the day arrived of the explosion. John placed the bomb in the basement of an abandoned building and set the timer for 10 minutes. He then ran out of the building, eager to see the destruction he would soon cause. As he watched from a safe distance, the bomb exploded with a deafening boom. The force of the blast was so strong that it knocked John off his feet and sent him flying through the air. When he landed, he looked down and saw that his clothes were covered in dirt and debris. He also noticed that his hair was singed and his face was covered in black soot. He stumbled back on his feet and a group of people who had been watching the explosion came over to check on him. One of them asked, "Are you okay? What happened?" John looked up at them with a crazed expression and replied, "Too much dynamite." From that day forward, John became known as Too Much Dynamite for his reputation as a mad scientist who loved to blow things up and which spread quickly throughout the town. He became a legend in his own right. Despite the danger of his experiments, John continued to tinker with explosives for many years, always pushing the limits of what was possible. And although he never created another bomb such as the powerful one that earned his nickname, he remained a beloved figure in the town until the end of his days.
Thank you for blowing up buildings in our town, Too Much Dynamite. I mean, it's an impressive story if it was like written by an 11-year-old or something.
I know.
But no, like he asked ChatGPT to write a story of how someone with the name Too Much Dynamite got their name. I mean, it's still fucking impressive that a computer an AI can do that. But I mean, like, the story itself. Now you gotta add, like, written in the style of Stephen King. Otherwise, it's just gonna be like,
surely.
And the guy did a bad thing, and the people in the town didn't like him for it, so he went to the jail place. Like, battle music. I love Boards of Canada. Now they're going to Cramped Skunk Man and Brian Ellis. There's a couple others. Who was that? That wasn't me.
Whoa, what was that? That was weird. Like a frog in here?
A barking spider. Watch that third step. It's a little creaky. You got the romance scene after this, I think, where it's like the main character and the main damsel in distress before she's captured. They're like up on the edge of the palace and they watch the sunset and they're like, "Isn't it beautiful?" And you know, it's like where the main girl asks Cloud, "What do you want in life, Cloud?" And Cloud Strive is like, "I don't know. Why are we talking about this?" Or whatever.
I get my dick song.
Oh, come on, Bam. It's 5 o'clock. But yeah, like you know, like the little cutscene where like a lot of people who play through the RPG, they're just hitting the A button. They're like, "All right, I get it. They're in love. Isn't it beautiful? I looked down and saw one single flower, and that flower made me think, what about our struggle? Blah 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 blah. Our love. Blah 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 blah." Yeah, just mashing the A button.
When can I fight stuff for XP? Sorry, I have done that in some games where it's just like, please stop talking and let me enjoy the actual game. Just the plot is that bad.
And try playing Breath of Fire 2. Even the more accurate, more interesting fan translation, like the game is still a fucking slog.
It's funny, like, see when you go back and look at Final Fantasy VII, if you just try to think too hard about the plot, the whole thing falls apart and you just have a migraine. It's like, okay, so joining these terrorists, we literally tried to blow up a power station. Now we're gonna randomly chase this guy, and then we're gonna stop the people trying to save the world from the meteor by stealing this thing because we think we have a better idea. It's just like, okay.
I just forgot one thing about Wolf, dude. His fangs. Yeah.
Oh.
Don't worry about that. Like I can just draw them easily.
I can do it just as easy too.
Like just go on the top layer and just do it like that. That's it.
Yeah.
That's all you gotta do.
Not a problem.
So do you want your supper, friend? Are you getting hungry now, or do you want to wait? Yeah. I say that because it's coming out of the oven here in like.
I do.
Should I break it down to you?
Yeah. Actually, I can take a little break and eat. When do you think? When will it be ready?
Now.
Nowish. Okay.
Well, give it 5 minutes to cool, Fred. I'll let you know. Give it a few minutes.
on the last head. I mean, I still have to do
Awesome.
the teeth, but
Boss music. I think the track after this one is like final boss music.
I'll be right back.
Hey, Red Kaleidoscope, thank you very much. I appreciate it. And yeah, you should come hang out.
Might actually go out for a lamb hero instead of a freaking patty melt.
You need a hero. And then definitely the final boss music after that one. I don't know, I listened to this record one night like years ago and I was just like, this could be like repurposed for an RPG game. Except that they actually use the volume slider on the main channel to add punch. Where it's like da na 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 na, like it gets actually
jarring.
I don't know. Some kid in the sound mixing studio is like, this is gonna sound cool. I mean, if you throw a limiter on it, it's fine.
I can smell food. Well, I'll wait until this is done. When this song is done, I'll hop up there and finish it up.
Feed your weary head.
That's the soundtrack for The Young Master. This is a track you can't find on YouTube anymore. But this is I've had this one on vinyl for a very long time. First heard this 10 years ago. Another Ryudo Uzaki track, but in a movie where he starred, I think it was 79. He starred and did the music for the movie. It's like a Japanese Romeo and Juliet, two lovers that can't be together, so they opt out. Double Suicide at Sonozaki is the name of the movie. But this is one of the coolest. I was originally going to use this in the finale where James tracks down Pigma in like a Call of Duty style final scene where justice is served. But no, like this is a really cool track. accidentally purchased 2 copies of this record. That's good. It's extremely rare. I'll just keep one as a spare.
I'm gonna plate you some food.
Alright, I'll be up there in a minute.
Me too.
All right, with that, I'm going to go eat. I'll be back in a few minutes.
My man.
And I'm back. Good musical timing. How's everybody doing? How are you doing?
Good. Just doing the body work. The head's all done. Gotta put the teeth and the whiskers in, but...
Telling you, dude, you want to make some money. When we get this animation thing going, if I have enough money to pay a couple people full time, would you want it as a full-time thing? It wouldn't be forever. It'd be as long as we could keep it going. But even if it, like, by full-time, I just mean like 4 hours a day, 4 days a week, or something like that, like, which is literally part-time. But would you be up
full-time, part-time? How does that sound?
No, just that's what I'm saying. Anywhere in between. Because I know you wouldn't want to do it like completely full-time because you've got your own shit that you want to do that you're making money off of.
I was gonna say, if I can balance out the stuff that I'm doing as well as this, yeah, totally.
If I can hire 4 people full-time, that means I can hire 8 people part-time. Just whoever wants the work. Like, I still have to write the scenes and get the audio and the music and set up the models and stuff. I don't want other people to do that. I don't want other people to choreograph the characters. I want to do that, but that shit just takes like a day or two to set up like the 3D models. To animate, that takes days and days and days. I could make an animatic of a full movie with my little 3D models and stuff in like a month or two. But to actually animate all that, that's where you need all the extra, like, workforce to do the stuff. If I could do mocap for the 3D choreography, hell yes. That's something I'd like to save up for, but I need a place with a big, wide open room that I can do that. I can't just like try to do mocap in my fucking basement. There's not enough room. Just simply not. If I had a little warehouse on a piece of property where I could do all of this stuff, I don't need some big grant from Hollywood. I don't need to go rent $1 million studio. I could do it all just in a weird backwoods property. You know, however mocap people do it for Blender. And I wouldn't even need it to be like perfect. I just need the basic movements of the characters.
I just noticed that you have frames of Wolf looking down. Did you want me to do those too? Because you didn't have those marked.
At the very beginning?
Yeah.
Yeah. If you don't feel like it, I can do it.
I can do it. I just
it's like 5 or 6 frames of just it, like literally his body does not move. It's just the head.
Yeah.
It's just a slight head tilt.
Oh, I can do that.
You can
I've
even
been zoomed
copy
in this entire time over here and just noticed these finally. Oh, that's not a problem.
Kakoi desu. You're combining words from Russian and Japanese. I'm just talking to the Russian people waiting in the Lackadaisy podcast. There's 2 Russian people that live in Canada that are talking to me. They're like, oh, you have 2 fans in Canada. I love you. I'm like, wow, well, hey. That's pretty neat. Help me with a startup. Well, I appreciate the offer. I'm going to have to wait until, you know, Fox in Space 3 is done. But once I get this done and get over onto the violence, I might be interested in certain endeavors. All right, go have a good one. We'll see you around. Good luck with the currywurst. God, that sounds good, dude.
It does.
Currywurst, like bratwurst, but like with curry seasoning. Ugh.
My roommate used to make it because he lived in Germany for like 4 years.
Currywurst.
And they do this like curry ketchup. And you literally just take like curry powder, mix it in with ketchup, and put it on like your brats. It's insane. It's so good.
I just ate and I'm stuffed, and that's still making me drool. Yeah, I want to get an animation thing off the ground, but I don't know where to start or how to do it. I've had a couple of people just pay $1 on my Patreon to tell me that they're from like a production company or a multi-channel network or an investment art thing and all this stuff, and I never know what to say because it's like, you know, I'm interested, but I'm in this for one very specific thing, and it's to tell the exact story that I want to tell without it being edited or you know, monetized for any certain reasons. Like, I want nothing more than to just tell an unadulterated story that's like what I've wanted to tell. And most of the offers have been just from people wanting me to come work for their company and make their cartoon for them. And it's like, and I asked him, I was like, how much can you offer me? And all the time it's, you know, you want me to leave my thing. And Spartan, man, I know this isn't what you're saying. I'm just telling you like the kind of offers I've gotten so far. Yeah, that's literally what I said. Like, I need an eccentric billionaire to throw $1 million at me to be like, here, go use this money to go hire you know, your 10 animators, whatever, spend 1 year teaching everyone how to draw the characters and everything and get started on the first act of whatever, and then spend the next like 4 or 5 years making your masterpiece, your magnum opus, like your story that you want to tell, using the animators to keep things moving along. And like, that's what I want. And if people want to give that to me, that's cool. And I'm open for that. As long as that's what it is, as long as it's like, here is free money, you don't have to advertise anything. You don't have to put like G Fuel, like your characters drinking G Fuel and subscribing to Amazon and whatnot, and censoring stuff. You know, that's another thing. Like people worried about my cartoon being politically leaning or whatever. I want as many people as possible to watch my cartoon. If I can make a cartoon that that can be received well and revered by both the House of Woke and the House of Based. Like seriously, I don't want anyone to watch my cartoon and be like, oh, this is something pilled, or oh, this is woke trash, or blah blah. Like I want people, like, when all that shit's done and over with in 20 years, I want people to still be able to watch that cartoon and be like, man, this cartoon is actually pretty cool. It didn't try to sell me something, and it didn't try to tell me to vote for someone. It's weird furries in an underground dystopian hell, trying to survive and not trying to, you know, get me to buy something from it. Don't forget to click. Just putting YouTube ads in the middle of the cartoon that the characters interact with. It's like, and if you guys click up here, you can buy the horrible tasting blue protein gel that James has to eat every day of his life and forgets it the next morning. Yeah, I don't know. I want as many people as possible to enjoy my cartoon. Consequence free, even if it does leave you with a little bit of trauma and PTSD. I come from the House of Based.
I come from the House of Woke. The House of Based must fall.
I'm sorry, I'm still laughing over that shit. That, seriously, like, even if it was just like a break dance off or something, like Crumpers versus Clowns. Oh my God. The Crump Off. God, what a crazy video that was. That's almost 20 years old. I think it could be over 20 years old. But yeah, like I want a clean, straight from my mind animated production, not tainted by a writer's room or anything. It's got to be mine. I'm the writer. I'm the director and the writer and head honcho of this story. Like, could we branch out and animate other people's cartoons as well in the same studio? That's the goal. I don't want to just like have 200 animators animating the violence for the rest of my life until I die and the story's told. Like, no, like I'd love to do a Louie's Noodle House cartoon, a Space Odyssey cartoon, anything else that anyone brings up that could be really cool. Or glom them all together in some kind of omnibus of cool stories that are told. And, you know, like a Neo Tokyo or Robot Carnival or Memories kind of thing, where it's like a 90-minute movie, but it's 4 different stories from 4 different directors and different animation styles, but from the same studio. Hell fucking yes. I'd be all over that. But no, I don't want a yacht. I don't want a theme park. I don't want a media company to sway elections. I just want to make cool stuff like Rock and Rule and The Dark Crystal and John Carpenter's The Thing. Like, I know I'm dating myself here, but I'm like A24. Anybody that thinks of A24, they're like, oh, that's that studio that like 99% of their movies are fucking awesome. I want to be that, but for cartoons. And maybe stop motion or animatronics or something.
Have your own like Dark Crystal kind of thing.
I would. I'd like to do an animatronic thing. I think I can. I'm not going to try to do better than the Dark Crystal, but something in the same vein. A love letter, if you will. It's not an audio glitch. It's the water pipes here. You can just kind of hear them in the background when I turn my noise gate off. It happens when a toilet is flushed or the dishwasher starts up or water is run down the sink. But yeah, to have Greg, are you here? Yes, no, maybe so. Sound like a science teacher.
Papers are exchanged, I trust? Yes, no, maybe so? I know it's called Introductory Physical Science, but we're past introductions at this point, Mr. Gafford. Did you forget your homework again? Drawing gay foxmen and programming side-scroller video games instead of doing your introductory physical science homework? Yeah. That is a mood, Mr. Gafford, but I am going to have to flunk you. I hope you've finished up all of those Nintendo 64 games you've been playing, because you're not going to be playing them again for a long time when this progress report comes home. Gordon Ramsay.
You are grounded, 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 grounded for 10 million, billion, zillion, jillion years. Go to your room. Caillou, you are grounded. Starting now.
And then it's just a bunch of vowels. It's just like, ow, 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 whoa, 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 whoa. What is that? That's not like something that's gonna get me in trouble, is it? Ah, fuck it.
Mortis. Gordon Clambake.
Ois Arnold, can you say Mortis real quick with that on? LMAO, Gordon Clambake.
I had a bit of a terror.
Oh no.
Well, when I was reading off all of my subs last night during the hype train, I thought that I was just gonna go through the motions and just be like, Sponge Cake 29, thank you for the sub. D-Crest, thank you for the 5 gift subs. And just like drop just reading them all off, and then suddenly someone has like a really slur name, and I'm like, oh no.
Yeah, I mean,
could happen.
I mean, if it's cleverly written to make you accidentally say a bad word, that's on them. That's not on you.
I know.
like they do that. Like Mike. Like, what's his last name? Hawk or Hunt.
Oh, that's fine. I'm cool with that.
Well, I'm just giving an example.
Yeah.
Well, you want me to give an example of a really bad one and get bad, like, bad rep on my own stream? Oh, the one where it's fat. You know, like, no, I'm good. text to speech.
Welcome to Magic Spell for ICQ. Quote of the day. DZ. Give me your answer to. I'm half crazy. All sorts of love of you. It won't be a stylish marriage. I can't afford a chair. Welcome to Magic Spell for ICQ. Quote of the day.
I can't do the voice like, welcome to Magic Spell. Yeah, but you have unheard message. First unheard message.
Well, let me ask you this. Who hasn't traded a little quick sex in a toilet cubicle for a sawbuck before?
I can tell you what you can do with my Wooly Watson. You can, and just, and until and then when you just, and then it's after I go in you dirty.
Wow.
I wonder if I can get myself banned from YouTube by telling a story with just sound effects.
I was in the subway and I ran into this fucking...
Oh god, this is the worst day of my life.
And then I looked at him and I asked that fucking...
It got worse.
If he knew where he was going. He hadn't been reading my YouTube comments. They always end up at the very bottom of the comments page. They never get any thumbs up. Just a thumbs down.
Man, yeah, if you scroll down in YouTube comments, sort them by rating, and just scroll all the way to the bottom, you'll see some, man, it's like...
I would never.
Internet detritus. Like, the ones that are, like, negative likes. The ones that, like, your community is like, oh, we can't let Rex see this. We got thumbs down this to oblivion. As long as he doesn't sort them by popularity and scroll to the very bottom. But yeah, that's my end goal. I have a goal and it's achievable. It's not like, you know, get a yacht and own a skyscraper or some shit. But I'd like to have my own little animation company doing our own cartoons. But doing a Fox in Space 3, being done with that. Starting my own company and doing, like, would you entrust an animated series of Louie's Noodle House to my animation company, Rex? Assuming that you were director. I would not be involved at all, other than like pumping money into it and maybe doing in-betweens or whatever. But you'd be in charge of getting your own animators and and all that, but like we would all like some of our animators would be working on the violence, some of them would be working on Space Odyssey, some of them would be working on Louie's Noodle House. I you know.
I don't think.
And I'm just giving Louie as an arbitrary example. Like, if
No,
you
I
don't
know.
want it to
Well,
be a
what
cartoon, just a cartoon by
What I'm
you.
getting at is like we're in no short supply of really talented, motivated people.
Absolutely not.
We tend to keep people like that kind of close to us, and not out of like any sort of like, you know, end goal or anything.
It's just gravity.
It is like we're just constantly like, even when we're not streaming, like what's happening right now is what we do when there's no mic or camera rolling, you know. And I feel like if we have those types of people who are motivated and are interested in doing something like that, then
And we
absolutely,
also have
I would interest.
the money to pay them.
Yes.
Yes. But for real, like, because that's not the thing. Like, if someone's afraid that I'm gonna like, oh, I'm in charge of the $2 million we have for payroll, better just suck that all out of my bank account and go hide on a yacht and disappear, like some crazy shit like that. It's like, test me, tempt me, test me, all you want. I just want to make a fucking cartoon. If I went and vacationed somewhere with some of that money, I'd be gone for like 10 days and be like, all right, I need to get back and keep making a cartoon. That's what I want. Got one video game company where that guy was making that really cool video game. It was like a furry GTA 2 kind of game. And then the guy who was in charge of all the funds and stuff stole the money and got in a helicopter and disappeared.
The fuck?
Yeah. And that fucking game looked fucking killer. Did you ever see the trailer for that one?
I don't even know what you're talking about.
Here, I'll play it on stream. Here. All right, it's playing.
The killer clenched the gun in his pocket. Life is a threat, he thought. A threat that I can cut whenever I want. The priest counter rosary beads. We're part of God, he thought. And he can make his return whenever he wants.
I have seen this.
So lost in thought that they stumble into one another. Sorry, they said, and kept on walking, never to see each other again. The killer counter rosary beads, the priest clenched the gun, and they thought God is a thread that I can cut whenever I want. Welcome, killer counter rosary beads, priest clenched the gun. Welcome home. The gun, killer counter rosary beads, priest clenched the gun. Welcome home. Welcome home.
Yeah, we'll never see it. It's never getting made unless the developers break away. And I heard that they were in the process of breaking away and making their own, like, spiritual whatever that they're allowed to make. Like, whoever was working on this game, like, yeah, their boss took a bunch of money and disappeared on a fucking helicopter or some shit in Brazil or somewhere. I can't remember where it was. It was a couple years ago. But I used to play this trailer on my stream all the time. And and I was excited. And then the more I read about the game, they're like, yeah, we're not getting paid, and our boss like disappeared. We don't know what's going to happen. I think some of them broke away and started on their own game, but I haven't heard anything about it. But yeah, dude, like, it looked fucking awesome.
I'm gonna go down a click hole if I keep looking this up. That's so. I've seen that trailer, but that's a massive bummer, dude.
Yeah, massive, extremely massive, because it looks really cool. I can only afford to pay 2 animators right now. Maybe 3. But as I get momentum going on episode 3, if I start having enough work to give to more animators, then I'll up my goal on Patreon for people, because I'm paying Rex to stream animation work right now. I'm going to be looking for. I'm going to actually capitalize my. I don't know what the words I'm looking for are. I'm going to be looking to start a legitimate animation company when I finish this episode. I don't want to be looking for any like actual like I'm paying you to make a Star Fox cartoon. When the violence starts. When the violence begins, when I begin work on my own personal animated series of the violence, that's when I will be looking for people. Hopefully by then I will have amassed enough money to pay like 10 people to animate my cartoon, but we'll see. Would I be willing to make a comedy anime? No. Anime does not describe anything that I do. Not hating on anime, but if anime was like, if I wanted to make something in the style of anime, I could put out like 3 times as much content. I don't know what I'm gonna do. I'll get A Fox in Space episode 3 put out. I want episode 3 to make episode 2 look like episode 1. I want people to look at episode 2 and go, well, that was cool, but have you seen episode 3? Holy fuck. Hopefully that will happen. Hopefully, like earlier, somebody said earlier, hopefully. Yeah, if you're familiar with Grease Pencil, 100%. I might look for a little help on this one down the road. No, this is the final episode of A Fox in Space. It took me almost 7 years to animate 40 minutes for episode 2. If you guys wanted like a whole 6-episode season, I would need a lot of animators on board for that. and I'd have to be able to pay them. And considering it's a Star Fox franchise, and if I didn't rename all the characters and stuff, it would get swatted out of the sky before I even got started. So after this episode of A Fox in Space, I will be starting on my own animated series called The Violence. I don't want to get too much into the details of it, but it's about this guy breaking away from dystopian corporate hell and exploring an unexplored ocean and planet in the middle of nothing. And I won't get into much of it, but there's a lot of Russian hyenas in it. Hyenas are not the majority of the characters. This is just one little group of characters that I got bored and designed one day. And but it's about this guy, his best friend, or like, well, he meets this guy and they become friends. His big sister, and then some of these people. But yeah, there's gonna be Russian hyenas on a submarine and corporate cubicle hell, and a lot of IT woes. If you work in IT and you like The Matrix, Equilibrium, Barotrauma, Stalker, Shadow of Chernobyl, Dune, stuff like that, it's like that's kind of what I'm aiming at. I do not want to poke Nintendo. You saw what happened to Gary Bowser. So long, Gary Bowser. I don't want to say that because that's really shitty. Oh no, dude, homeboy got busted, you know, jailbreaking switches or something. And yeah, if you saw Charlie's latest video on like that guy's fines and stuff, that's really incredibly fucked up.
Are you talking about the guy that
Gary
was selling
Bowser.
jailbroken? He was selling the equipment though, which is actually illegal. I know that there, like, there's the guy that did like the Zelda videos and did nothing wrong.
This guy, he's being like, he was sentenced to prison and then he got out of prison early, and now he owes $14 million to Nintendo, and he has to pay. They're going to be taking 30% of his income for the rest of his life. I don't know the details, but it's like he doesn't make that much money, and I think he's physically disabled, and he's going to be paying Nintendo 30% of his paycheck of whatever income he has for the rest of his life to pay off $14 million. I don't know how exaggerated that is. Like, I don't know any of these fucking people, but sounds shitty. Yeah, the Panda Company or Panda World or whatever the fuck it was called ran interference for Nintendo. God, that's crazy. I remember that.
I'm gonna do one last body frame, and I'm gonna get me my Euro sandwich.
Right on. How long you gonna be gone?
Maybe like a half hour. It's about a 10-15 minute walk there and back.
That's where I hate to admit that most of the music that you're hearing right now is in FL Studio. I just have a bunch of looping audio files. And these are all of my little loops that I play. I've spent the past year or so just making little seamless looping wave files. I made every single one of these myself. I mean, they're from songs, but like I took the songs, took the vocals out of them, and put them with zero crossings and crossfaded and everything, so they are completely seamless and play forever. And you'll recognize a lot of them. Like I made one, you know. And I have them all built into FL Studio where they crossfade to each other. And they're all linked to the same key. See, they're all in F right now. So they all fade to the same key. The soundtrack is available on my Patreon for the $20 tier. Or you can rip the YouTube video that has all the tracks. This is my favorite toy of all the toys that I own. This is probably one of my favorites because I like to listen to, you know, like those 10-hour loops of mood music. Like I want to listen to like I want to draw something in like a Metal Gear vibe. This is one of my favorites. But I made them in Audacity where they just loop endlessly until I switch to another one. Oh shit. fucking Metal Gear 1 on NES. That was my Metal Gear experience. I did play Metal Gear in 1989, 1990. I'm going to spam it one more time. This is the YouTube link for the premiere of my interview tomorrow. I'm going to be hanging out on a live stream with Fable and Tracy from the production team of Lackadaisy. They're going to ask me about my cartoon stuff. I'll try to be a good guest. I'm kind of awkward sometimes, but I think I'll do all right. Just get on there and be like, "Hey guys, I love Lackadaisy. What? How are you doing?"
Daisy.
Oops. Yeah, just totally go like full clown and just goof off and the whole thing. Like, obviously, no. I wouldn't do that, but
You will accidentally, for real, shit yourself, but then just kind of sit in it the whole interview and be like,
oh no. The Kid Picks undo guy.
Oh no.
There's no control Z for shitting your pants, my friend.
Can't do that.
Wow. There you go.
Yeah. Thank you.
I shit my pants, no.
That looks damn good. I'm gonna go get myself a hero.
Oh, you.
What?
Just this clip again.
Neon Genesis Evangelion.
What clip? Oh.
I'm sorry. I still forgot. Oh, we got this here. Oh, Shinji, you got to follow in the footsteps of your father. No, I don't wanna follow the Eva. Oh, Neon Genesis Evangelion. Oh. Oh man. Good right. Times. Go get your. You need a hero.
I'll be back in a bit.
Do it. Do the thing. Absolutely.
Neon Genesis Evangelion.
Sorry. be a Russian hyena. Yeah, whoa. Too much. Oh, okay. Wow. Oh, goodness. Oh, no. What have you done? Silly old Willie. Look what you've done. Or not, you know, it could go either way, really.
The new Korean sensation that's sweeping across the nation.
Cause if your teeth run and your toddler, never mind to go down to home improvement.
Strawberry milk.
So how early do you have to get up in the morning?
For what?
You know, to milk the strawberries? Oh, I'm sorry.
I apologize.
Shut the fuck up!
I'm having a good time. I hope you're having a good time. I hope Greg's having a good time, even though he's not here. Now it's 2020. Back in the year of 20, when April was 420 all month round. Like the whole month of April, it was technically 420. I had a credit card I never used that had an expiration date of 420. I thought that was kind of neat. Yeah, April 30th, I'm gonna have to, well, no, what is the year? The 24th? Jesus. No, that's not right. April 30th, 2009 was, no, 2008? No, 05. I can't remember.
This is the day our game takes place. Dinner.
Oh my god. I guess that's a no on the Freddies. Oh well. Maybe next time. Ah. Oh well. I'm not that hungry anyway. I don't need to be eating anymore. still have a bag of those Cadbury egg minis. That's probably going to last me till next Easter, too. I don't eat sugar that much.
Well, you got some.
Is this from the store? Yes. What is this? Oh, a mystery bag. Hey, there's some of the sharks and Swedish fish in there. Not for you, baby. No, for you, little puppy. Hi, puppy. Hey, baby. What's up? What's up, little puppy dog? I got a puppy in here.
I apologize.
I apologize.
It's all candy, buddy. You can't have it.
That snoofed her.
Yeah, I wanted the money out for that. Like...
For the what? For the roof? Or the the plow, not the roof. What am I? Do you need some? All right. Well, let me know if you do. Yeah. We've got a spoiled puppy dog down here. And my Discord failed. Failure. No, we'll be all right.
Did you see the pictures of Lex in the chat?
No. Oh, look at that baby. I'll have to upload them. Hell yeah, dude. Spoiled puppy dog.
him so much.
Huh?
I said I torment him so much. The video I posted.
I refill my water. I will be right back. Yeah, for sure. I'm here. I'm sorry. So sorry. There we go. I had to refill my water.
Да, как вы себя чувствуете? Дайте мне минуту, пожалуйста. Calibrate. Мне нужен калибрация. There we go. Вот. Я аниматор на Ютубе. Я создал мультфильм на Ютубе. Он называется «A Fox in Space», или по-русски «Лис в космосе». Я транслирую здесь на Твиче, когда я рисую. И хотя я попытаюсь учусь говорить по-русски, я еще приглашаю всех, кто говорит по-русски, помочь мне, если вы не против. И мы здесь, на Твиче. Я учусь говорить по-русски, потому что хочу увеличить аудиторию, а также завести новых друзей. Если они из России, из Калининградской области или Германии, неважно. Вы помните игра из Nintendo Star Fox? Война Лилата 64. У вас нет Nintendo 64, только деньги. Я знаю, что вы помните. Деньги. Не Nintendo, только деньги. I'm sorry. Forgive me. Just trying to touch base. Gosh, Rex will be ready to do the in-betweens on this one now. How about a musical change? Diablo, maybe?
It's always a good soundtrack.
Yeah. Vomit sound effect. Something to that effect. What are you doing for the rest of the night, Greg?
I'm drawing my comic.
You could share. You're more than welcome to.
I could.
Cool Bubble Wave likes your comment. What number are you on now?
615. May let Puppy Dog get it right back.
I think that's it. I think that's it for the in-betweens. I mean, except for the in-betweens. This music is from the character creator for Demon Souls. I do have some Metroid music as well. It's just pitched. Well, since I finished another shot, that's like a shot one day and a shot the next day. Actually, I took 2 days for that one, but no. If you're familiar with my old cartoon I was attempting called Drug War, there's another. It was like this, but it was back in 2006. The audio and video and everything sounded just perfect. If I get someone to do a voice on my cartoon and their microphone is that bad to where even when I put my retro filters on it, it still doesn't sound good enough, then I'll buy them a microphone. But it's got to sound a certain way. I'll hone that as the years go by, but I think especially with episode 2, I'm getting closer to what I want the audio to sound like. Because stuff where people just put their raw voice recordings in and they don't filter it and they don't, put any kind of equalizer on it whatsoever, like you're just getting the raw signal. That's not how it's supposed to be. I mean, all the audiophile horse shit is all subjective. Everybody's got their own opinion. One of my audiophile friends, he hates my cartoon, and the main reason he hates it is because of what I do with the sound. He hates it. He absolutely despises what I do with the sound, and he believes that everything should be at the absolute utmost crystal clear quality. And I can understand that. He's like, no, your animation and stuff is amazing, but the audio filters that you put on it, I can't listen to it. I can't watch it. Send it to me with all of the ambience and everything recorded in perfect 44 kilohertz quality and blah, 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 and then I will watch your cartoon. And I'm like, I'm sorry, buddy, I can't do that. He's like, well, I can watch your cartoon on mute and enjoy the animation, but I hate your audio design. I'm like, that's all right. Like I said, I don't get butthurt over stuff like that. It's understandable. Some people won't like it. Some people, even more so, hate my style of animation. They don't like it. There's a lot of old school animator people that I know that are like traditional animators, and they don't like my animation work. And that's okay. I don't care. Yeah, you can't please everybody. And it's even worse to sit there and mope and get butthurt over it. It's like, no, like, that's all right. I'm not here to make something for 100% of people, but 90% of people would be nice. If I can get 90, that's a college A. That'll do, pig. And so on. I do kind of want to draw James in his episode 1 timeline self. I just don't have the model. It's frustrating. Greg, are you there?
Excellent!
Phobos, thanks for the sub. I'd like to see my cartoon on the big screen one day. That'd be pretty neat. I'm gonna have to load up the damn ZBrush. This is not on a rig. I don't yet know how to project weight paints from one rig to another. Or to load a model of a character and project the weight paints of a character that's already been rigged onto the unrigged new character mesh. Greg, are you there? Oh man, these look terrifying.
Were you asking me something that I missed?
Yeah, I was asking if you were there. Your screen hasn't updated in a long time.
Oh, I was looking at some music.
That's all right. Don't worry about it. I thought I did have the moose on. Yeah, I do. Holy fuck. Oh, that's the dude at the bar, right? Oh, wait, what? I guess I never modeled Shears because this is just a model of Bill. This isn't Captain Shears. Somebody was asking about Dash Bowman earlier. This is Nora. This is Andros's daughter. She's like 30s, 40s. This is episode 1. In episode 2, obviously, she's 10 years younger. She's like 20s, 30s, whatever. But, or yeah, in her 20s. I guess she's in her mid-late 30s in episode 1. But, yeah, this is Andros's daughter and Dash Bowman's mother, Nora. These models are from like 5 years ago. I haven't touched ZBrush in ages. Somebody was asking about more of the monkey characters. It's just the references I made years ago. Like 2017, 2018. I had a lot of fun in ZBrush. I'm not super great at modeling like bodies and stuff, but I can get the characters' heads to kind of look how I want them to. That's why I want to eventually get back into 3D printing so I can make some action figures.
Ugh, I'm back. Just eating my
hey, what's up?
Lunch dinner. Got my hero. spicy garlic aioli and feta.
Yeah, sorry, I haven't looked through some of these. Yeah, these were all made. This was this Andros head. November 2017. It's like late 2017, early 2018. Yeah. Yeah, I have a model of just about every character, even Falco's mom. I think she's in here. Yeah, there she is. Just, you know, heads that I can stick on a pre-rigged model if I need to have a facial reference or something. One of my first. Ugh. This is one of the first ones I did. Actually, this model that you're looking at right now is based off of this one. It's just extremely low poly.
Lex, go lay down.
Oh, what's he doing now?
Oh, he's being a fusspot. Trying to just get into everything. Wired.
I did start pretty early. And I got all of that scene finished of Wolf as well. I didn't think I'd get that done today, but I totally did. And I can pass those off to Rex. Like, Rex, finish this for me. Only if you want to. Only if you want to. If not,
So I have a mouthful of
no,
minced
you're
meat.
fine. You're fine. Anyway, I'm going to go ahead and get off of here for the rest of the day. I'll be back on tomorrow. Well, actually, I don't know. It depends on the thing. Look on Lackadaisy's live stream. Tomorrow, I'm going to be interviewed on there on Shop Talk. I'll see you guys later. Have a good one. Let's go see what Reagan's doing.